Laita vaan.
Sitten se onnistuu. Tämä voi olla vaikka musta.
Ei mitään henkilökohtaista.
Musta se on pelkkä protesti.
Sitten mä otan noin löysät tuolta tänne.
Mä voin tunkea ne vaikka häntä. 1, 2, 1, 2. La la la. Oikein hyvää huomenta kaikille ja tervetuloa Tulevaisuuden sairaala 2022 tapahtumaan.
16 kerta.
16 kertaa ja täällä ollaan upeissa Pikku-Finlandian puitteissa. Ennen kuin päästään päivän agendaan, niin nyt kun ihmettelette, että keitä lavalle pelmahti, niin muutama sana meistä. Rasmi, kerro ensin sinä.
Joo, tervetuloa. Mä oon Rasmi Werning ja vedän meillä Delfoilla konsultointibisnestä tässä terveydenhuollossa ja oikein loistavaa olla tänään täällä taas live-tapahtumissa. Näitä on kyllä missattu.
Älä muuta sano. Mahtavaa olla täällä. Minä olen Niina Rahkola, toimittaja, tuolla MTVn puolella tehnyt töitä uutishuoneella kohta 15 vuoden ajan. Ilo ja kunnia olla täällä tänään kanssanne. Vuosien varrelle mahtuu myös terveystoimittajan työnkuvaa ja jokainen meistä tietysti ymmärtää, miten tärkeästä alasta puhutaan siitä. Minun on turha puhua teille, vaan te voisitte kukin valistaa minua alan yksityiskohdilla. Mutta mitä odotat päivältä, Rasmi?
Kuule, todella ajankohtaisia ja ajatuksia herättäviä puheenvuoroja. Kuullaan aika lailla uusista sairaalatrendeistä, suunnittelusta, tarvelähtöisestä suunnittelusta ja kestävästä kehityksestä. Mä odotan kyllä tältä päivältä tosi paljon.
Mitä Tulevaisuuden sairaala sulle tarkoittaa? Minkälaisia ajatuksia se herättää?
No mulle henkilönä ehkä mä toivoisin asiakkaana sitten tai potilaana, että mä olisin enemmän vieras. Että se on asiakaslähtöistä se hoito sillä tavalla, että kaikki muu siellä taustalla, ehkä hoidollinenkin puoli ja logistiikka, huomaamattomasti on siellä taustalla ja mä saisin keskittyä parantumiseen.
Kyllä. Itselleni tulee mieleen silloin, kun MTVllä tehtiin vielä ohjelmaa nimeltä 45 minuuttia, niin tehtiin silloin vanhasta lastensairaalasta reportaasia ja vietin siellä vuorokauden. Tulee mieleen ne sellaiset tumman oranssilla maalatut käytävät siellä sairaalan alla ja vähän vilkkuvat valot. Se oli jotenkin kauhuelokuvan kaltaista maailmaa. Mutta siitä on tultu aika paljon eteenpäin, jos mietitään lastensairaalaa tänä päivänä.
Kyllä. Avaraa ja modernia, hienoa taidetta oleva rakennus.
Ja tämä taide, sen tuominen sairaaloihin on jollain lailla, tervehdin sitä valtavalla ilolla, se jollain lailla muuttaa sitä kokemusta. Ja itse asiassa yksi läheisen ystäväni lapsi, joka on valitettavan paljon joutunut siellä asioimaan, odottaa aina innolla, että pääsee sinne lastensairaalaan. Niin tässä ollaan aika lähellä sitä, mitä äsken visioit.
Niin, asiakaskokemus keskiö.
Kyllä. No mutta päivä polkaistaan käyntiin ja ihan muutama käytännön vinkki teille kaikille. Vaikka keskusteluja käydään ennen kaikkea täältä lavalta käsin, niin totta kai toivotaan, että sosiaalisessa mediassa tekin aktivoidutte jo välittömästi. Käyttäkää silloin 2 hashtagia. Toinen niistä on #professio ja toinen on Tulevaisuuden sairaala. Aamupäivä aloitetaan tässä salissa ja tällä lavalla, mutta sitten myöhemmin tänään jakaudutaan 2 eri salille ja suljetaan tämä seinä tästä välistä, mutta aloitetaan kuitenkin kaikki yhdessä koossa. Jos sanon vielä muutaman sanan meidän ensimmäisestä puhujasta. Eli seuraava puheenvuoro, se tulee käsittelemään Tulevaisuuden sairaalaa ja niin kuin tuossa hienossa alun videossa kuultiin ja nähtiin, niin hän tietää todella, mitä on johtaa maailman huippusairaaloita. The following speaker is an Icelandic orthopedic surgeon, a former director of the National University Hospital of Iceland. Currently he is working as a director of Karolinska University Hospital in Sweden, and in his eye-opening speech he will look forward reaching the label of top 10 best hospitals in the world. Björn Zoega, welcome. The stage is yours.
Thank you. It's an honor to be with you here. And you forgive me being a Icelander. The choice was between Swedish, Icelandic or English. And we opted for English. And I think it would be better for all of us. It's my first time in Helsinki. Believe it or not, I've had 3 or 4 cancellations. But it was nice to come here, and I'm a little bit sorry to say that I don't have, due to various reasons, time to do some sightseeing here. I'm going to talk about the Karolinska Hospital and our trip for the last what we've been doing the last 3 years, which has sort of rewoken the bear that was sleeping, like I sometimes say. This is a picture of one of our 2 sites. The newest one, which somebody calls the Nya Karolinska, which I call the Karolinska in Solna, which maybe some of you have seen through media. So we're going to talk about a little bit how to get to the top 10. I don't have a formula for that, other than hard work and using your abilities. But just looking forward, and to look forward, we need to learn what we did right during various times. So the main point we're just trying to say that we have a history, but we still need to work together, and that was or has been a challenge for a big institution, university. We're one of the premier hospitals in Europe, probably in the world, but we have a great collaboration with our university, which is the Karolinska Institute, which is only about, 15 meters from the Solna one, and 0 meters when you're in Huddinge, the other side. So really together, and we worked, and our collaboration has been better than ever during the last years. It's the top one is the northern part, Solna, which is pretty close to the city center. And the south side is the Huddinge, which is an older hospital, but we're renewing it every year, a bit of it. So hopefully it will look a little bit more fancy or better. It was actually built, the grey is when they decided to have it ugly and close to as rock as possible, and that was because they thought it would be less. It would be more difficult to see it through war times. So it's one university hospital at 2 sites where we have different things. We do different things on different places. There's so we've some things are done on both sides. Well, not many. We, as usual with the university hospitals, we have 3 key assignments: the healthcare, and the so-called what we call the production of healthcare, the clinical research, and education. So we're looking at different things, and when we look at the buildings now, we are looking at the patient safety and integrated with single rooms, but we're leaving that a little bit now, as we learn something from the COVID, because in the future, we will not be able to staff all these single rooms. So we're leaving that a little bit, and we're starting by rebuilding our ICU unit. So going from single rooms there to bigger open rooms that we can use our staff, which will be a shortage of in the future, in a better way. So we're trying to also get the feeling of the patients to have an attractive environment, and we're separating the flows of patients and staff and logistics in the new hospital. So at the moment we are now close to 1,200 beds. We're 15,400 employees. We have do more than 1 million patient visits per year. We have a crown factor of 1.9. We have 2,600 active clinical researchers, and we produce more than 3,200 scientific papers. We have 1.8. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the wrong number. I have a better number. We had last year 2.3 billion Swedish crowns in external research and development contributions. So we're sort of this is going up. But our turnover as a hospital is close to 25 billion. It will go down this year because of the COVID has not gone away, but it's not a pandemic anymore. And we had a lot of extra costs because of the COVID that were like the testing, which will we not have this year. I hope, at least. So our vision is to be, our strategic vision is to look forward, and that we will cure and relieve tomorrow that no one can cure or relieve today. It's extremely important that for us as a university hospital to look forward to have a goal of moving forward. As you know, healthcare is facing major challenges, but when you have challenges, you also have opportunities. And the challenges are what everybody knows. We don't really need to go through them, but it's the demography, the supply of skills, the personnel, like I said earlier, cost pressure, increased expectations of the patients, increased demands on spearheads, administration again, and the bureaucratization that comes with that. The opportunities are really the ones that we would like to work on: new knowledge, new technology, new drugs, the precision medicine, the patient as a resource. We have put a lot of work into that. What can the patient do himself? What can we do that? So the digitization, and when you have the digitization, which we are as healthcare workers, and it's not only in Sweden, it's in most places, we're lagging there with all the other industries, and the automatization that comes with that. So what I usually say, and my people are a little bit tired of me saying this: you need to change or we will die. Not die, but we will not vanish in that way, but our lead, our future will be there. We must change. And one of the things that, one of the first things that I sort of started with when I came to Karolinska 3 years ago is this bureaucracy. This is a quote from one of the academic persons that is most well known in Sweden, that likes to write about the healthcare. So the swelling bureaucracy is the biggest enemy of healthcare. And there was a study done at 4 years ago of the doctors in Stockholm. What do the doctors in Stockholm do in their working hours? They have 1/3 of the time with a patient, 1/3 of the time with administration. But what I was actually most interested in, what did they do for the 1/3 of time they did something else? So, but the administration is what it's. I'm not saying it's killing us, but it's sort of made us the cost and has gone up around that, and also the demands on the clinical people to deliver information and other things to the administrator to let them be able to send papers between themselves. But complex operations need to be organized simply. The time we spend with patients, research and education must always be safeguarded. And we're doing a lot of projects trying to implement that into our work or processes that we integrate together so we can see what persons are doing, what are they working with, so we can tackle where you have bottlenecks. So in 2018, was the year before I came to Karolinska, and I'm sorry there are a few slides here now in Swedish. I will translate some of them. I was, as everybody else, I was working in a private company in Stockholm, and there was a lot of articles about the Karolinska and all the scandals and all that they were bleeding money, they were throwing 700-800 million Swedish crowns to consultants that didn't even have a time report. And there was sort of a lot of things that were quite difficult at that time. So when I came on the 4th or 3rd of April in 2019, we were going for a loss of 2.4 billion Swedish crowns. We had close to 16,000 employees. At that time, we had 940 beds, but 960 chiefs, and this was written about. So you had more chiefs than you had for beds. And in the first 3 months of that year, we had only done 88% of what we were supposed to do. And that's sort of actually what we can talk about for a long time. Why does that happen? Why didn't they do? Probably because that in the 4 years before that, it didn't really matter how much you produced. You get the same lump of money. That changed in 2020. So this was the situation in 2019, and the situation in 2019, this is a Newsweek list. They actually had the top 100 list there. Now they have a top 250, and they included more than, close to 2,500 hospitals that they look in the world. And we were not on that list, not on the top 100 list in 2019. So I used to say, when we talk about history, I used to say this is the first woman professor in Sweden, Nanna Svartz. So I say this is, just look at her eyes, she's looking sharp. We can be sharp, we have history, we can use it to be sharp. And I'm not sure if we stole this from Obama or he stole the colors from us, but I use this a lot. This is from the Obama first election campaign, and we knew we have to change, and we must believe in the change that we're doing. Otherwise, nothing happens. So what we did, we started. I had been there for 6 weeks when I laid off 550 administrative people, and later, half a year later, I laid off 350 orderlies and 250 doctors, which has never been done in Sweden. We didn't just have the money; we were too many. But 2 years later, 2 years earlier, long before I came, when we were changing the system in Stockholm, they pulled back 1 billion Swedish crowns in financing from the hospital because they moved the patients and had them to other hospitals and to other clinics. When you do that, you must be overstaffed. So how many of the staff moved with the patients and the 1 billion? 2. So we were in trouble. Seems like I'm not moving forward.
Let me check.
Oh, here we go. So how do you get 15,000 people to solve the most difficult task they've ever faced? So we decided to inform and over-inform, to involve, and the other two things. We're extremely data-driven and what we call care-driven as well. So we moved power closer to the producers, or closer to the floor. Somebody calls it power to the people. But here I have a short slide on how, in Swedish, what we did. So I've already talked what happened in April in 2019. Then we did the layoff of the administrative personnel, and then what we did before the midsummer holidays, we changed our model, how we worked, and laid off, or didn't lay off all of them, but changed that we would be fewer chiefs and about 120 in the first there. And then we started, ended the year of 2019. We ended with only minus 1.9 billion crowns. We were down to 15,200. We had, looking at the whole year, done 95% of what we should have. It means that we were in the last months of that year, we did 100% at least. We were up to 1,100 beds, and we're down to 720 chiefs from those 960. We had a new system of informatics that I could talk about for at least half an hour, which was in place. And then we had 2 good months of regular operations when then the COVID came. And it, as you know, it hit Stockholm really hard in the first wave. And we did take care of most of sort of the biggest part of the COVID patients in Sweden for the first wave. About 20% of all those that came to the hospital ended up with the Karolinska. At one time we had 1,250 beds open. We had of that more than 700 COVID patients in the house. But when the first wave went away, we were back on our feet again, and we started working on the depth to the elective surgeries and elective treatments. And then we could sort of start in the wave 2 in November 2020. It was the different one, and it came in again. But still, 2020 we were plus 73 million for the whole year. We were up 15,300. Because of COVID, we had to get more staff in. We did 105.7 or a little bit more than that. We didn't want to fight. We had another number of what we were supposed to do. We were 1,100 plus on the beds with 720. So what I'm going to say, so actually COVID-19 accelerated our transformation. It kept us together and held and learned our personnel to work faster and to stop doing all these tests. And one certain test was more like an investigation how we should maybe do something maybe in the next 2 or 3 years. So what we've done is the simplification and reduced administration. We need to have the leadership from within the operations, and we're extremely data-driven. Which we were in the COVID. We saw how we could predict both how many patients we were going to get in the next 3 or 4 days, but also how many were in the ICU units. We were sort of, even though Stockholm was hit very hard in the first wave, we always managed to have beds for everybody. None of the other hospitals in the Stockholm region managed to do that. At one time, they had to close all the other hospitals, but Karolinska sent all the patients to us. We did that for 4 days. In regular times, we only take care of about 20% or 19% of the acute patients. So this is from last December. We had then taken care of 11,343 COVID patients, which was about 20% of the COVID patients that have been in hospitals in Sweden. So in the first wave, we had to increase the ICU capacity. So we did that times 5, the normal levels. We had close to 200 open beds, but we were only up to 180 ICU patients. Today, we have 36 ICU beds. That's the normal times. So in the last year, we took care of close to 2 million PCR tests by our laboratory. We actually didn't get the responsibility to take care of PCR tests until after the first wave. So on the 15th of June, that year, we got the responsibility and we sort of upped it. Before that, they said we cannot do it, all the public institutions. And so if we take all the pandemic for 2 years together, we've done more than 3.5 million PCR tests since that. Okay, now we're having trouble again. Could you move? Vaccinated more than close to 200,000. We'll also be a major part of that. Now we're going for the 4th vaccination of our multiple sick patients. So we were quite surprised when this list came out in last June, which was Newsweek and the German company is called Statista, did a list of the world's best smart hospitals. And that must be the great number of machines that we have and all that. But they say in their motivation that this is how hospitals are data-driven, how they work with technique and how they use the technique. And they also said the pandemic has been the ultimate pressure test of how data-driven you are. We were there in the top of, we were number 8 in the world. There was only United States hospitals before us, and we were extremely pleased with that because it was sort of a recognition of how we work. So one of the things that we've had to just to talk about is the bioclinic as a hub for research and education, which was built just as that house. It's not built as a old house that's been changed to do research in. And we have a lot of innovative logistics that at least when they opened up, they worked well, and they've still worked well, and I believe that it's not that innovative now because many other hospitals have that. And I talked about the single rooms already. And well, in the beginning of the pandemic in 2020, we actually managed to get on the list as number 10 on the Newsweek list, and all the people said didn't get noticed a lot. That this must be a mistake, they said. Something happened at the printers. But last year we also managed to move up to place number 7. I don't know what that really means, moving up or down, but at least in the top at least. And when it came out now for this year, we actually went down 1 to number 8. But okay, we're honored to be in the top 10 for 3 years in a row. It says that we have a stable foundation to work on, and our reputation is quite good. I don't know if you know how this is done. This is sort of a Pandora's box. We don't know everything about how this is done, how they rank it. But one of the about half of the ranking goes by is that they have 70,000 healthcare providers in the world and companies and business in that they're asked about the different hospital resumes. But we need to modernize our data solution. Commercial solutions that we see now are inadequate for us. And this we see in many places in Sweden now. So both the Skåne, Malmö area and the Gothenburg area are in big trouble now because they cannot get their American systems implemented. And we're not going that way. We're doing a little bit better. Another list that was published in that was also a Newsweek list that were looking at those specialized clinics or specialized hospitals. We managed to get the best specialist hospitals in the Nordics in 8 out of 10 specialties. So we know, and we did know where we were a little bit weaker on these small clinics. But as I said, we're extremely data-driven. We did that with the COVID. We did that with the PCR, and I still get every morning an overview both on the COVID and PCR. And this helps us also, which I have every afternoon, what is the waiting list, how many are in the red, how many. So one thing we've developed during the last 2 or 3 years, and we're still managed to do this better, is the production planning, which is a complex thing to make everything work. But I think we managed to do that, but it looks very simple, but it's extremely complicated under the hood to get all this. So I have 77 unities that I need to work together to make everything. So what we call medical units that we, not clinics, we don't have any clinics anymore. So it can be very complicated, but we have actually managed to make it work, and we're actually last week and this week we're changing it a bit because we had some problem with our production in the first 2 months of this year. We need to up it a bit and go up and do 2,000 extra operations during the rest of the year. So we need to change it, and it actually showed us that we have in less than 2 weeks managed to change it and make it work. But the future of healthcare requires cutting-edge technology, advanced specialization, but the collaboration is one of the things that we need to work on. One of the things that we are extremely proud of, but we haven't been able to do as much as we're supposed to do, I think, is the precision medicine, taking the research and the words, everything that we know, all this huge amount of data and knowledge, taking it from the research and putting it to the patients. Use it in clinical practice, which is extremely difficult with the genetic information, but I think we've shown that with rare diseases, and now we're in the first phases of doing that with cancer. Another thing that we're extremely proud of is how we've changed our quality in many different during the last 2 or 3 years in many different specialties. Here's one which we're extremely proud of, is we have the world's best survival rate for open heart surgery. 4 years ago, Stockholm did about 900 procedures, and we had a 30-day mortality of 3.8%. So different ways to work with, and now we've gone past the Cleveland Clinic, which is, as you know, probably know, is just built. It's a Cleveland Clinic, it's not a university clinic. It's one of the best known hospitals in the world. It's in the top. And what they are known for is their heart surgery. They built their reputation on heart surgery. So we're extremely proud of that. We have been now appointed 2 years ago as a comprehensive cancer center, the first in Sweden. I know you have one here in Finland. We have integrated hybrid surgery theaters, and we're sort of working with that, how we can use it better, and what are the right patients to do that. We have the robotics, and we're still working on how many robots do we need, what kind of robots do we need, how can we be flexible in using them. We've had since 2 years ago a involvement of the patients with using the pediatric cancer app, which has helped get the patient involved. We are working with algorithms preventing infections. It's sort of a proactive use of it's a complex algorithm. It seems to work. We can see that on our numbers. But the hospital infections are really, really difficult to work with, but to see changes, register the right. Because if you are a university hospital, you're a highly specialized hospital, you should be having a lot of patients with hospital-related infections, and this is very difficult to compare to another hospital as well. But working together, as you've heard now, is our hallmark, and every communications that we have is sort of ends that we need to work together. And we are together also outside Europe. We're one of the founders and are now working in the University Hospital Alliance, where the UHA, we are the 9 leading university hospitals in Europe, And as you can see, at least on the Newsweek list, 2 of our hospitals that were working together with the Charité and the Paris one are now ahead of us on the Newsweek list. What it means doesn't really know. But this is sort of, and we're sort of expanding this to let more university hospitals in, and actually looking at an application here from Finland, because we want to have more experience to share information. So before I leave you up for any questions, what we see and what we think about complex operations need to be organized simply. The biggest problem with big hospitals is the complexity, and that we need to do it simply. We need to just do it, keep calm and just do it. It's one of also the slides that we use a lot. We need to have the leadership from within the operations. It cannot be top down, it must be bottom up. Otherwise, you don't own the problem. So you need to be data driven, use the data to make the right decisions. If you don't make the right decision in the beginning, you can go back, look at the data, and do it again. And we do a lot of collaboration with patients in focus, mostly working forward. If we're gonna do home monitoring, if we're gonna do more treatments at home than we do today, we need to have the collaboration of the patient. We need to understand the patient, and we need to have the involvement of the patient, because we cannot take care of all these elderly patients that we're going to have in the future just by admitting them to hospitals. We will not have the staff for that. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to have to share this with you, and I'm sure there will be a few questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Björn Söega. And we have a couple of questions. Do you want to start?
Okay, thank you. Very impressive. Basically, you thought your personnel to work more efficient, and how did you do that? What were the key sort of outcomes?
Well, it's sort of what we did was we were fewer. It's the same with the open heart surgery. One of the keys to getting this high quality of the open heart surgery, we went from 22 thoracic surgeons to 14, and the quality went up. No, so we were fewer. We had maybe more to do, but we did it better. And also that the feeling of ownership, as always, that you were working for something, and you had the ability and the chance to influence how you work. The last one was, how did we get the beds up? It had to do with how you staffed. We had over 80 different wards, or what we call floors now, and they had 80 different staffing models. So what we did, we standardized the staffing, and with that the financing. So we now have 6 models, including the ICU model, how we staff depending on what you do in different floors.
You showed us a couple of list of the smartest or the best hospitals in the world, and we all could see there is a lot of hospitals from the United States. What explains that?
Well, most of these hospitals are on top of the list. I've not visited all of them, most of them, and I've been there. Extremely well funded. They have a lot of money. They can choose their patients. The Mayo Clinic, they have an accident and emergency department that takes care of maybe 15 or 20 patients a day, because they have a so small area that the hospitals take care of, but they get all these patients from all over the world. So they choose their patients. And they in that way they can be better in some areas, and they can do research in a controlled set, and easier to staff. So most of these things Johns Hopkins is also another thing that always comes up. And if you go there, you really understand why. Because they have one of the hospitals in the system has a good emergency department, but the other things they are close to the university, they're close to the money from the government and stuff like that. But the one thing I also saw when I was, and it sort of ruined my visit to Cleveland, when I walked around and got the introductions to that, I saw they were wasting a lot of money. So I walked around and, here I can save some money.
So you have done pretty amazing things in Karolinska University Hospital. Is there something that Finland could learn from you?
Well, it's all things have different problems and culture and so it's difficult for me to say that. I can though give you an example. When I came from Iceland, I did 5 years as the CEO there through the bank crisis, and we had to cut 20% of our financing in 1.5 years, and the patient didn't have a chance to go anywhere else. It was a different situation. We managed to do that and kept the hospital on budget for 3 years in a row. And since that, the hospital has not kept the budget, but by the way, for 8 years in a row. But when I came then to Sweden and I talked about this, I said, I have a little bit of experience how we're going to cut costs and do things a little bit more. They sort of looked at me and said, oh, this is not Iceland, we're in Sweden. Yeah, I didn't do the same things, but the thing is, there are two things. You get to involve the personnel and you simplify really things. We have a tendency to over-administrate and to do things very complex. And people always talk about, we're not a car factory. So we cannot simplify it too much. Yes, that you're completely right in that way. In the car factory, they do 2 or 3 models, or maybe with just one model with different colors. We're looking at a patient that comes in, can have 10,000 diagnoses when it comes to the door with close to 15,000 operations or interventions that have been done. So it's a complex thing, but you need to try to simplify it as much as possible. So that's what my advice would be.
And find out the core, yes.
You mentioned a word or two about the demographic changes that Finland and Sweden are both going to face in the near future. Is there something that we could do right now to prepare for that?
Well, actually, we're not worried about it, but we're aware of it, and we're trying to look forward, trying to see what we can do, because you can only educate more staff and get more staff up to a certain degree. And yes, one of the things we're looking at and actively working on both research projects is keeping the patient, so the level of care needs to be sort of put in different levels. So keeping the patient on the right level at the right time. So the highest level when you need it, but as soon as you don't need it, move it to the next level, and as soon as you can, home with remote care, if possible. And some of these things will also be done by robotics in the future. So we need to find the algorithm when to do this automatically, so there's not always this. So you can have some parameters to look at when you move the patient through the different stages. You cannot always work on a personal feeling. Then this will never work. You will never send the patient through the emotions there.
Yeah, the grade of automation in hospitals, do you see it's growing, and how can we learn something from other industries as well?
Yes, I think we can, and we thought when we started this our trip 3 years ago, we saw there's a lot of automation that we can do here with the administration. We sort of been halted in different ways. Some of the automation that we need to know will rely on big data, and all the rules regarding big data are sort of making things difficult, and the digitization is being stopped by different rules or interpretation of rules. What we think, don't always agree. The latest thing that's been a huge problem for us is now that we are not allowed to keep any patient-related data in clouds.
No.
How are we going to work with that? We're just going to be building servers, holes and everywhere. So I bought servers for close to 60 million Swedish crown last year.
I want to
waste of money.
ask, because I'm a journalist, I'm not working for the healthcare industry. Explain me, you mentioned that how the hospital looks, the environment, it has an important role. Why is it?
Well, there's a lot of research on both what they call the green hospitals and the feel-good hospitals, and actually, if you come to the hospitals in America, why do they have carpets on the floor? It's because the patients like it better than the hard floors, and they feel better. And if you feel better, you heal better. So trying to get patients to feel better. So in the Karolinska has the largest collection of art that anybody has in Sweden, outside museums.
That's impressive.
So, and I'm not sure all the art is making the persons feeling good. We had to move some scary artwork from the children's hospital because some of the patients or the children complained. But yeah, you need to work with that.
Do you
So
still have
patient's experience is in the center.
Of course, the patient experience, you're there for the patient. You're doing this for the patient. You're not doing it for yourself or anywhere. Everything's done for the patient, and you need to work with that man. The patient is first, even though it's a mantra that's not everybody we use in different ways, but you need to have the patient come first.
Or the visitor or the
Well,
customer.
I mean, the customers or the visitors are the patients and the people that come with them. Now they can come with them after the pandemic. They couldn't for 2 years, close to that. Now, and they are always a part of the patient in some way. So you need to educate the patients. You need to educate the people coming with the patients so they can help the patient.
Exactly.
Björn Zoeka, thank you so much for your time and thoughts that you shared with us. And sitten me pidetään pieni tauko, vaihdetaan takaisin kotoisasti suomen kielelle. Ja muistutan jokaista, että siellähän oli tapaamisia sovittuna. Te löydätte tiedot tapaamisista sieltä omasta Match-työkalusta, eli minkälaisia tapaamisia onkaan tullut sovittua, tai jos haluatte vielä sellaisia kenties solmia, niin sekin varmasti on mahdollista, ja tavata ihmisiä tuossa aulan puolella. Meillä on paluu tähän saliin kello 11, eli meillä on 40 minuuttia aikaa. Käytetään se tehokkaasti hyödyksi, ja kiitos tästä aamupäivästä, ja jatketaan ihan kohta.
Kiitos. Thank you.
Thank you.
Testaa puhelun laatu tallentamalla lyhyt viesti äänimerkin jälkeen. Sen jälkeen viesti toistetaan sinulle. Jos olet tyytyväinen viestin laatuun, olet määrittänyt Teamsin oikein. Jos et ole, tarkista laiteasetukset ja yritä uudelleen. Testaa puhelun laatu tallentamalla lyhyt viesti äänimerkin jälkeen. Sen jälkeen viesti toistetaan sinulle.
jo.
Tommosia etäasioita.
Joho, joho, joho. Miltä näyttää mittarit. Kissa, joho. Okei. Jaha, ei sit. Joho, joho.
Nyt pitäis saada tää kakkossalin eka ovi sieltä päin niin menemään lukkoon. Se olisi oikein. Mitä varten, että koko sisällä numero tuli sulle? Okei, moi.
Semmoinen kysymys. Nelossalissa haluttaisiin, että ei kuuluisi mennä sinne. Kato, niillä alkaa se lounas siellä.
Mikä menee sinne nyt?
Se menee niin. Kuuluisi, mitä ei kuulukaan tuolla.
Kun mä kerkin.
Niin, hoidetaan.
Pyydänkö mä, missä ne kuuluttaa? Tuolla
Ne kuuluttaa sen tosta, sen tietää sen mikin, mutta mun täytyy päästä sen Dante... Kun nyt... Ääni. Niin kun tonne Camlinkkiin. Striimiin. Recorder Dante. Mikrofoni Black Magic. Siis eiks tämä oo syöte? Tämä syöttää.
Siis se on itse asiassa se, mikä tulee tälle koneelle. Toi on se, mikä laittaa ulospäin.
Elikkä toi pitäis ajaa sitten transmit sinne 15.6.
Kokeile. Elikkä nyt tästä lähtevä materiaali lähtee Dante 15.16 kanaviin. Kanaviin 15.16 kanaviin. Selvä.
Meneekö se striimiin koko ajan? Menee.
Meneehän se jo.
Sitten meidän täytyy tehdä sinne niinku... Ajetaan sinne.
Näin se on.
Ajetaan sinne, koitetaan.
Hello, Viveka.
Nyökkää, jos kuulet minua. Joo. Ootas hetki.
Voitan jutella sen kanssa. Puhuuko hän suomea?
Jee.
Mistä mä voin puhua?
Et sä voi puhua nyt mistään.
Näkeekö hän meitä?
Ei näe, kun hän näkee tuon, joka menee
kerran toimia.
Että hän näkee tuo oma esityksensä.
Niin, onks meidän esitys täällä vai hän ajaa sen?
Hän on Oulussa.
Miksi ei ainakaan lähetä mulle? Ai niin. Niin, eihän se lähetäkään mulle. Eihän mä kuule sitä, kun se lähtee cam-lenkkiin. Elikkä muut meni joku VMXin tarkkailu sitten. Siinä.
Kuuliko sä?
Joo. Mut niinku yleisesti.
Ei kun hän koittaa puhua hänen
Okei.
kanssaan.
Hello, my Brit. Mut sittenhän mä en kuule häntä vai?
Hello.
Mut hän
Hello.
kuulee selkeästi. Tää vaan tänne vaan.
You can hear me.
Ala tänne.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay. I can't hear
Do
you,
you
but
see me?
maybe some lips reading.
Do you hear me?
Yeah. Okay, just
Yes.
testing.
So
Okay.
basically, maybe can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Okay,
hear you. Can you
perfect.
hear me?
Yes. So
Okay,
7 minutes, and we will start.
Yes.
You will hear everything what happens here in the audience at the venue, and then when Rashmi will introduce you, then you can just start your
Yeah.
speaking.
And then I do a short presentation of myself, and then I share the
Your
the slides, right?
Yes.
And just
Exactly.
try to keep track on time.
Okay, but I could. Yes, exactly. I will tell basically your title and who you are and where you're speaking
Okay.
from, but you could explain more about your title as.
Yeah, a short introduction for your
Yes.
presentation.
Okay.
Nyt voit laittaa kaikki äänet pois täältä. Yes, kiitos.
Yes.
Ja on tullut aika jatkaa Tulevaisuuden sairaala-tapahtumaa. Tervetuloa kaikille takaisin sieltä tauolta ja sieltä vielä viimeiset toki mukaan mahtuvat. Sanotaan tässä kohtaa terveiset myös sinne etäyhteyksien päähän. Mukavaa, että sielläkin on suuri joukko ihmisiä tilaisuutta ja tapahtumaa seuraamassa. Ja jokaisella teistä, olittepa sitten täällä paikan päällä tai etäyhteyksien päässä, on mahdollisuus laittaa omia kysymyksiänne, myös kommentteja, ajatuksia, ideoitakin yhteiselle alustalle. Ja miten se toimii? Se toimii siten, että olette saaneet kukin tapahtuman osallistujista tänä aamuna viimeksi sähköpostitse linkin. Ja tuon linkin avaamalla pääsette tänne Match-työkaluun ja kirjautumaan sinne. Voitte osallistua keskusteluun, kommentointiin joko anonyymisti tai sitten omalla nimellä. Rohkeasti vaan mukaan keskustelemaan, vai mitä, Rashmi?
Kyllä, sinne vaan kysymyksiä, ja jos tulee jotain muutakin mieleen kommentoitavaa, niin toki saa laittaa.
Ehdottomasti.
Hyvä.
Esitelläänkö seuraava puhuja?
Esitellään seuraava puhuja. Hän istuu Århusissa, so welcome Maj-Britt. I hope you can hear us.
Yes, thank you.
You're the head of healthcare at CF Möller, and you'll tell us more about in your presentation about healing hospital design for better outcomes.
Yes, I will.
Please.
Okay.
You can start.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting CF Möller for this. And I will try and share the screen and let me know if it functions as it should. Do you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good. Yes, as Rasmi already told you, I'm the head of healthcare here in CF Möller. I have 16 years of experience in healthcare projects, but the whole of CF Möller goes way back in experience with healthcare projects. We are an international architectural firm. We are based in Denmark, but we also have offices in the whole Northern Europe countries like Sweden, Norway, Germany, and England. But we are based on the Nordic traditions. We have 90 years of experience, and we have 370 employees. And actually, the first hospital project was the project that began the journey for CF Möller, because it was in 1931 in Aarhus here. And I've just to show that we are diverse in geography, that we're right now working in many different hospital projects. The German market has been very interesting lately, and now also the Finnish market, which is also very interesting for us to participate in. Whenever we do healthcare design, we have some important visions that we follow every time. And one of the very important ones is the healing architecture. It's the presence of daylight and look out to the greenery that we know now has been researched, and it supports the recovery of the patient's time in the hospital. It also creates unstressful work environment. So the healing architecture is very crucial for our design in healthcare. It has also to do with that we are breaking down the massive and dense and complex structures into a more modular structure with smaller units. We want to create a spatial hierarchy, so it's less institutional. This makes a more welcoming, more comfortable atmosphere for the patient, but also the staff. The intuitive wayfinding is linked to that, breaking down the complex structure into smaller units, because it's important to connect all these smaller units with an intuitive and inviting wayfinding, where you have view out to surroundings, and you are feeling that you are being in control yourself, that you can orientate and you can find your way. That also helps reduces stress, both patient but also in the staff. So one of these things to be able to have this very clear wayfinding is that we are working with separation of flows. So both to have a more efficient flow whenever is there, when there's no unnecessary crossing, but also for discretion. So you handle a patient with dignity. Also to create these specific ways, we also optimize the workflows. This breaking down the structure into smaller units it also goes hand in hand with how we approach the flexibility and the future proofing of our hospital structures. We try to make standardized and generic structures which are adaptable to future needs. So it should be much easier in the future with scenarios. You don't know yet what will happen in the future, to actually meet the new capacities, the new needs for functionality without necessarily changing the whole physical settings. And it also rely on that we can integrate new technologies and efficient logistics in this generic layout. Another focus has been, 20 years ago, it was a large focus on the patient's well-being, but we also focus on the well-being of the staff, both for the efficiency, because we know staff is a big resource in running a hospital, and the recruitment is difficult, and we become less people actually contributing into the staff group. So we need to make sure that we take care of our staff, and we work with repeatable rooms in the standardized layout to also make the workflow more identical and improve the efficiency for the staff. We also work with focusing on having an on-stage and an off-stage situation for the staff, so they can go back into the off-stage zone, be more focused, and not necessarily be part of the hectic clinical activities in the patient areas. We know that also results in better staff performance. Part of making a big hospital is also to have an eye on the cost, of course, to keep the budget. But it's not necessarily only the building budget that's in focus, it's the long-term costs. So thinking in optimal maintenance is also part of thinking a financial efficient hospital structure. And then the sustainability is part of our world today. And we have a very holistic approach to our resources, both the building resources, materials, but also the resources in the process, designing a hospital, the site specifics, all these things, and of course also the staff resources. We focus a lot on the architectural quality, because we think if we build something that actually has a quality there, then it will be much more taken care of and appreciated. And buildings that are appreciated actually also are staying for a longer time. And it also has to do with giving something back to the community where we design our hospitals in. So all of these things are important. And I will go through a couple of them to show some examples of how we have done it in projects we have been involved in. So here you see a couple of photos showing how we deal with the healing architecture aspects, how we work with, let me see if you can see my cursor here, how we work with the presence of daylight, that it's crucial for us, and that you look out to surroundings. It's also, especially from the wards, it's important where you stay longer time in the hospital, that you have the view out. We work with art, and we also work with the material and the texture to make this comfortable, less institutional atmosphere. And it also to create this spaces for a different state of minds all the time, be aware of the possibilities in that. The spatial hierarchy, the modularity, as explained before, is this, that breaking down this massive structure into smaller units makes it easier to navigate in. Like if you have a clear flow backbone where you get being guided out to each unit, then you navigate in this bigger system, like you navigate in a city. And that's a familiar way of finding your way. It's also easier to isolate units, to control access by keeping this main flow backbone linked to all these units. The clear wayfinding is part of that main backbone of flow areas. And here we upgrade the architectural qualities. We really focus on that there's warm materials, there's daylight, there's view out to surroundings. So you feel comfortable already walking towards your clinical activities and unstressed. And it has also much to do with that this separation of flow, for example, in this project, that we keep, for example, the publics on one level, the bed transportation on another, so you don't have these undignified crossing of patient groups. We also try to keep all the logistics in the back, so you don't see what actually all the activities going on, and then you can have an efficient flow for the logistics. All of these matters are part of a clear wayfinding and also creating a nice welcoming environment for all groups. The future-proof and the flexible approach, we work very much with the generic layouts. So we try to optimize a building structure. So inside the one unit, you get optimal equipped areas then that also in the future can be adapted to new way of working. Has to do with the structural system that you choose, but it also has to do with some intuitive way of organizing the rooms. And we work with standardized, for example, examination room here shown, that in each room you have the same equipment so that you can, in the future, when capacity changes, functionality and department will change position. But the way you work will be the same as the position you had previously in the same hospital. Also in the bedrooms, for example, we aim to make it possible to maybe have some activity there that you don't have to move the patient to all other clinical areas, but you can have some confidential talk with the doctor. You can see the use of this room as various useful. And of course, then the new technologies, we have to be aware of what happens in the future and how can we automate some of the workflows. And the focus on the staff is also a big importance for us. So to create both where they are on stage, where they meet the patient, the reception, that it's clear both for the relatives, patient, and the staff how to react, and then openness. But in the backstage, off-stage areas, we create office areas and staff break rooms with daylight, with quality, for them to have an unstressful work environment. And here a canteen from our hospital in Oslo. And this on-stage, off-stage, here an example from another project where I try to show how we work with it. So for example, you have here the waiting area reception. You find your way as a patient along the inner courtyard where you have daylight coming in, you have view out, and easily find your way to the relevant examination rooms. And you go in from your patient side here. The staff has the off-stage area here behind, access to the same examination room from the other side. So here it's only for staff, and they have their meeting rooms, they have necessary support function for the patient activities going on in the examination room, and they also have the offices. So this short distance between when they are focused off stage to when they are on stage, is also important. And of course, with equal quality, both on the patient side and on the staff side, with daylight and a nice interior. And here the sustainability can be seen in many ways. Of course, there's the whole new technologies, intelligent facade materials that needs to be well integrated in the architecture. So it doesn't look like an add-on thing, but actually is part of the holistic design for the whole hospital. But it also comes to many other factors with green roofs, solar panels, light structure on the upper levels on maybe a concrete base, natural ventilation, all these things. It could also be like here in the Oslo project that we work with the ground heat exchange system, so thermal heating as part of it. But we also see sustainability as actually being able to upgrade already existing facilities. So you can keep the hospital running many years to come without necessarily rebuilding the whole hospital. Like here in the Copenhagen hospital here, where we upgraded with specialized treatment in new buildings, but kept the wards in the existing buildings. And that's in that way upgrading the whole hospital. And here in Copenhagen as well, a laboratory building where it has to give something back to the community. It has to be an integrated part of the neighborhood to also have give a higher quality to not just the users, but the whole surrounding. And in this process, designing a hospital, it's crucial for us to involve both the end users, the client, and we use the BIM, the 3D model in Revit, where we coordinate all our different disciplines, the engineers, the architects, so we actually can use that. Both we do VR sessions where you can take a walk inside the structure before it's even built and talk about workflow and spaces needed, but also that we have hands-on studies with the users where we meet up and have an open dialogue. So all of this is crucial visions for us when designing a hospital. And now I just want to show you a relevant project we're doing right now in Tampere, the university hospital there. A project, of course, already a lot of existing buildings. We're working in close connection with the client and also together with Delphi, the healthcare planner and logistic company, where we have a lot of dialogue about what will the future scenarios look like and how can we optimize our structure. We're in a close cooperation with other Finnish architects in a group called Manu, because it's important for us that we have the regional inputs and the knowledge of how is it done in Finland, because we come with our international experience, but we have to meet the way you're doing it in Finland to make the most innovative solution that suits this hospital. The hospital is structured with it's built around, of course, there's a lot of existing building, but also this existing bed tower here. And we have to make the most out of the areas around it. So we have focused on making a treatment base here with all the outpatient and the treatment inside, and with a clear wayfinding structure to connect both the new structure, but also to connect out and reach out for the existing structures that needs to be well interlinked with this new part. So the whole hospital being upgraded. And then we have the wards on top here with view out to surroundings and more airy day lit areas up here. And then in between we have this technical floor servicing both the wards and the treatment base. Here some principal plans showing how we deal with this, the daylight and the clear wayfinding. Here the one plan is down in the treatment levels. Here a generic plan showing how we have organized all these volumes along the inner string, the main flow routes, and also here the main route already today with an existing entrance linking and then being linked to another entrance down here towards south. And as you walk along this main highway, you always have the view out to orientate, but you also have the very close connection into each department. So that everything can be reached from these areas to make this clear wayfinding, but also that you feel being in control. You're not being forced through a maze of different corridors, but you have this straight line you have to follow. And also up in the beds, that those are connected too with the same backbone of flow, but are then equally more separated units with a lot of light coming in and view out to surroundings. But another thing is important too, constructing this hospital, is to make sure that it's future proof, that it's suitable for future scenarios. And we look at each of these buildings as a generic unit that function logistic wise, technical wise, structurally wise in the same way. So to optimize one unit and then repeat it out in the whole structure. So if you have an outpatient function in one optimal way here, that will be the same for all the outpatient areas in the hospital. So in the future, when department needs to move around, have new synergies with other neighbor departments, they don't really change settings. They just get the same settings wherever they are in the hospital. And the same goes for the wards. It's the same systematic standardized layout. Of course, there will always be nuances in a project this big, but that is capable inside the generic structure as well. And here to show how we have worked with the daylight in the clear wayfinding. So this main route, it's been important for us to make sure that every time you have to orientate towards direction, you have to find your way, you use the surroundings, the daylight to orientate towards, and you're being guided naturally. So you hopefully just use your intuition and your way you walk around in a city to find your way to the relevant clinical departments. It could be along, like here, along the highway where you have bigger courtyards where you sit and wait. Like here, you sit and wait and have the daylight coming in, and then being called into a clinical department here when it's time. It can also be when you arrive in the southern entrance here, you have the big view out to the landscape, the bigger spatial, again, the spatial hierarchy. You feel that you're in an entrance zone, and then being guided naturally into these corridors, the public corridors. Here, the future-proof and flexibility. We have managed to use this technical floor for many purposes. So both it's to make sure that we in the future can upgrade the ventilation system, the technical needs that's being required, and also that they are closely connected to both the wards on top of them, but also in the treatment right below. And they can upgrade these technical areas without necessarily disturbing the clinical areas. So they have this solitary whole floor for all the technical areas right in the middle of the hospital. That is very, for the flexibility and the future proofing, very important. Also in the generic ward layouts, we have these visions about that. We do the same size bedroom, and then it can be used for either one bed or two beds, but it is the same size. So the one department can actually upgrade inside itself capacity-wise. So it can be from 16 beds to 32 beds, depending on the needs. Can be during the year capacity changes, or in a couple of years capacity will change, but that is then manageable inside the department. And then they all have equally same well-equipped situations. They have the same way the goods are being handled inside here in this mid zone, the service and the staff. We have separated so all relatives come up in this point and then finding their way into the department. But the beds are being handled in a more discreet way, coming directly inside the department, not crossing the relative flow out here. So all of these things we find very important to focus on. And this separation of flow and dedicated routes, we always try to create a layered hospital. So you keep the relevant flow on the relevant floors, and then the vertical connections are then important to get, for example, the logistics distributed. So here in this project, we have the logistics on the lower level, where all the service, all the staff. Then we have a level with emergency coming directly in on the terrain. Then the level above is the public level, where we have all the outpatient flow, and people find their way out, relatives find their way out to the specific ward and being guided up in the wards. And then we have dedicated floors for bed transportation and more, you can say, critical treatment areas where no public should be crossing. And then we also use this technical floor actually, as in this case, for beds, transportation of patients in beds. So they can be transported in a dignified way, not crossing public flows, and also very efficient. And then you find your way up from public floor or from the treatment to the relevant wards from here. Here, this is a zoom in on, it could be an outpatient area where we, again, this dedicated routes, it also goes for the staff, that we try to create an on-stage, off-stage situation. In this case, here we have the clinical rooms placed here. So the public flow, all the patient arriving, they arrive via the highway, and then they walk along this inner courtyard, finding their way into the clinical room from one side. The staff has their offices here to the back, also with daylight from this side. They have a complete off-stage zone here, and then they enter the same clinical rooms via this inner zone where they have their goods and service access, and they go into the same clinical room here from this side and can go back and forth from service to clinical rooms without crossing other patient or relatives. And then we have here also the beds coming in a more discreet from the back. So this has also been a very important vision we started to work with in this Tampere hospital design. Yes, I think that was hopefully not too speedy talk. I hope it was okay.
Sure, it was okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, Mai-Britt, can you tell us, are you by now fluently Finnish speaking, or how is it with the project in Tampere?
Well, it is of course difficult, but I think we have a very good cooperation, and we are being supportive to each other, and we are actually using each other's skills in that sense that there's a lot of knowledge on all sides of the table, regional, international, and also the visions about what we want for the future. So in that sense, we have a common language. Sometimes it's difficult, with the Finnish, I agree.
One thing I want to ask, you mentioned a couple of times those standardized examination rooms. Is it possible to have those standardized rooms without them being boring? If they all look the same?
Yes, I think definitely you can work with you can still, even though they're standardized, it's meant in the way that they're equipped in the same way, and then that they are linked to the whole main logistic, and the connections are the same. But it doesn't mean that it has to be designed with, for example, colors or what kind of interior you put in. It doesn't mean that you have to be completely dictated in that sense. I also showed you that you could work with colors in different ways, with art. So it doesn't have to be boring, for sure. And there will be a standard equipped situation, and then some of the rooms will need extra equipment, of course, if it's a specialized clinical activities going on. But sort of there's a frame for everything there. So even though you have to change room from one day to another, you will not miss out on anything important equipment there.
Yeah.
I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, sure. Thank you.
I could ask you one question. How do you think CF Möller's design is prepared for the future technologies such as robotics, maybe?
I think dealing with the general logistic in a standardized way as well, it goes hand in hand with making it more automatic. Because I think we need to focus on that we are being less and less people available, and the recruitment is very difficult. To try and automate as much as possible when it comes to dealing with goods, the whole support, getting equipment out to the rooms, I think is necessary to think in robotic in the future. And also, it also go very well in hand with the pandemic, because not having too many infectious parties involved in dealing with all these goods. So the automatic is very important, and the robotic, and having a standardized layout. Then the robotic has the same conditions everywhere in the hospital, and you can easily distribute things via robotic in this sense. And also the staff knows how to deal with it, because if it's the similar layout for, if you say you do a logistic core where all the robotic work in the same matter, and they really do work in the same matter because they are robotic, then the staff has a much easier and identical work approach to these automatic systems. And it should, of course, be intuitive. It shouldn't make it more complicated. It should hopefully make it less complicated.
Yeah.
So in that sense, the standardization is an important part of automatizing the hospital logistics.
Mai-Britt, thank you so much for your insight and presentation. And have a good day. Me jatkamme. Thank you. Jatketaan täällä paikan päällä ja ihan hetkeksi vaihdetaan kieli suomeksi ja seuraava puheenvuoro yhdistää vähän niitä kahta maailmaa tietyllä tapaa. Me ollaan jo kuultu sairaalamaailman näkökulmasta, miltä tulevaisuuden sairaalan pitäisi näyttää. Tässä keskityttiin enemmän tilaratkaisuihin ja seuraava puhujamme on terveys- ja hyvinvointiarkkitehtuurin professori. Kiinnostava titteli. Hän on puhunut paljon muun muassa muistisairaiden asumisratkaisuista ja toisaalta on puhuttu myös esteettömyydestä.
Kyllä.
Tällä kertaa laitetaan tulevaisuuskiikarit päähän ja katsotaan, että miltä sen tulevaisuuden sairaalan pitäisi näyttää. Seuraava puhujamme on arkkitehti, sosiaali- ja terveysrakentamisen professori Laura Arpiainen. Ja koska hänen vahvin kielensä on englanti,
Hän puhuu englanniksi.
Juuri näin. Tervetuloa, Laura.
Ja kannustan vielä teitä yleisössäkin laittamaan chattiin vaikka kysymyksiä.
So I think we need to wait a couple of minutes for the usual technical arrangements. So apparently my presentation is on another computer and now needs to be transferred. So can I see a show of hands for anybody who's not from Finland? Can I see a show of hand of architects? Okay, healthcare planners. Okay, healthcare professionals on the clinical side. Okay, interesting mix. It's definitely nicer to do it this way. Last year I was speaking to a camera and there was nobody that I could bounce things off from. So my speech also has 2 polls. So if you have the app, I think you will be able to participate in the poll when I speak. And then after my speech, we'll see what the results were. So maybe I can tell you about myself while we wait. So I am an architect and I am Finnish. But I did go to Canada to live for almost 25 years. In Vancouver, everybody asked me, which city in Canada did you live in? It was on the west coast in Vancouver. And about 20 years of the 25 years that I worked there, I was working in healthcare. And I worked on the private side, and then I worked on the public side, on the provincial healthcare management side, strategic planning. So in this sort of long career, I keep saying that I've designed pretty much every kind of health facility with the exception of a veterinary clinic. And of course, I have a daughter who's super interested in being a vet, so maybe I'll have to get into veterinary medicine at some point too. But today we'll talk about future of hospitals. And what I will show you is just different strains, different sort of trends that we see in the design. And obviously, they're almost all of them from outside of Finland. One of them is from Finland. So we'll see what you think about them. And my speech should not take the full half an hour. So on purpose, I've left some time so that we can talk. And if you want to talk with me, we can also do that in Finnish. But I will present in English also to benefit our international audience. So why don't we have a question right now? Because my speech is still not ready. Anyone?
What is the biggest issue when you consider the hospital buildings nowadays?
What is the biggest issue? Now, that's a loaded question.
I thought you had time.
Biggest issue, I think, in the West is cost. Yeah, biggest issue for investment in healthcare real estate is definitely cost, because even when I was still working in the consulting side or even the strategic management side, we had projects that started, and you know that these projects take ages to become reality. So some of them, here we go. Some of them, when they start, they would be X dollars, and by the time we finish them, they're about 150 to 200% the original cost estimate, which already took escalation into account. So I think cost is a big deal. So let's see where we get with this. Thanks for the question. Okay, so prescriptions for future hospitals. Prescriptions means reseptejä. So it doesn't mean receipts, but prescriptions. So here we go. It doesn't change. Click.
Just wait a second. Maybe they can change it from
Okay.
there. Yes.
Okay, here we go. So I'm going to use, why don't you guys change? Because this doesn't seem to work. So I'm looking at, first of all, I'm going to introduce a couple of terms from future studies. And it's futures as a plural. And when I say future studies, you think it's singular, but it's per future. So there can be many different futures. And future studies, which there is in University of Turku, a whole big department that does this. They look at what is possible, what's probable, and what is preferred, okay? And we wanna sort of focus on the preferred part. And in future studies, there are trends. And I've picked trends here as examples. I'm not saying that these are the only ones, okay? But the cost, in response to your question as well, is that we, almost in all Western countries, we're struggling financially to provide healthcare to everybody who needs healthcare. So that's sort of a trend that I am seeing. There's variations to that. Some countries manage better, some countries are more squeezed, but this seems to be an issue for everyone. Oh, no, it works. Okay, a trend is something that we sort of see. A mega trend is something that cuts through pretty much everything. And a mega trend we cannot deny is aging. So we are living longer. And it's sort of a good thing. It shows that the clinical people in this room have done a great job with public health. And we don't necessarily suffer from infectious diseases as much as we used to. So our life expectancy has greatly increased. But we also know that the older we live, the more healthcare we need at the very last years. And those years tend to be longer and longer. Okay, weak signals is another term from future studies. And weak signals are the things that sort of are under the surface, and we can't always see them. So that's why I said, put your goggles on and clean them. Because the weak signals are the ones that we really want to have our ear on the ground and figure out what's sort of bubbling up, because the weak signals become the big issues of the future. And I put in an example again. I would like you to tell me after, maybe at break, what you think the weak signals are right now. But I put the personalization. We are now able to research a lot more about our own health. We have access to our own health history. We control our health records, and we are making choices. We want to go there, not there. And we're also making choices to be cared for or not to be cared for. As we know in the great immunization debate, some people will not have immunizations. But we may also choose to live or not live. And these are big solutions, big decisions. Like in Canada, my other home country, you can request medical assistance in dying. And it's happening a lot. Now, black swans. Black swans are also called wild cards. They are the stuff that sort of blows up and change everything. There are things that may not even look big when they happen, but they change everything. Internet was a black swan. It changed everything. And internet, you could say, it's sort of a good thing. Some people think that always black swans are bad things. No, no, no. They're just things that have a massive effect. So if we figure out what are those weak signals, we can sometimes sort of get an idea where we might end up with the black swans. So I said pandemics, wars, climate catastrophes, who knows? We don't know. But internet was one, the World War II was one. Some people say that COVID was one, but there's debate about that because public health professionals have been saying that it was just a matter of time. Here's my poll. What do you think may be the next black swan that will affect global health in a very significant way? So I think I'll give you a minute for this. I think the situation in Ukraine is affecting our responses, but it shows what can happen. It really shows. Yeah. Yeah, wow. 50% political conflict, yeah. This is not a simple situation to provide healthcare in. Okay, I'm going to continue. We'll talk about this at the end. Thanks very much. So these are just some of the recurring drivers. Staffing shortages. It's really hard to recruit for healthcare. It's difficult to get people to stick with their careers in healthcare because normally they actually can make more money somewhere else. This goes for everybody with the exception of physicians, okay? Quality expectations, I already said that. People are really quality conscious. They wanna know how and where and in what way, how much will it cost to have some treatment. Demographic changes, we talked about that already. And then the disease profile changes. So we have pandemics, non-communicable diseases are a huge issue. Mental health, which is rarely discussed in these rooms. It is responsible for over 50% of disability claims in Finland right now. Mental health. It's not breaking your legs or occupational accidents, it's mental health. It's a huge issue. And then cost, I already talked about cost. Okay, prescription number one, how do we provide healthcare in the future? So there's actually several non-facility-based solutions. What you're looking at is a hospital. Did you know that? It's a hospital in a truck. So this is the British Columbia Mobile Medical Unit. It originated from the Whistler Vancouver Winter Olympics because Whistler does not have a hospital. And the International Olympic Committee requires a hospital at all Olympics. So what did the Canadians do? They went to the States and bought a hospital in a truck, which is now called the BC Mobile Medical Unit. It's super cool. So it provides acute care for 4. It can be used for community clinics, serving remote communities, event support, like a big car race. They put it there in case somebody crashes, birthing, education, etc. It's also used when people are renovating a hospital and they might take the emergency department out of use for a month or 2 because they're totally redoing the infrastructure. They bring the mobile medical unit on the site, park it there for two months, and then they run the ER out of the truck. It's really versatile. Okay, this is what it looks like. It's actually 2 trucks. As you can see, the walls pop out. It says mobile medical unit. The second truck is the service truck. The first truck is the hospital truck. And this one is in downtown Vancouver, and it was there on a very long deployment. It's actually its longest deployment, where it was there for the very horrible synthetic opioid crisis called the fentanyl crisis, which kills about 3 people a day in British Columbia. This is a picture from the interior. So you can see it's a full-on ICU setup. And here is a picture when it was in one of the northern communities and they actually had a birth in the unit. So I like that picture. First Nations in Canada, severely underserviced. So all these initiatives have my full support because they bring the care to the people who need it and not the people having to take a flight to go and have stitches if they need it. Okay, prescription number 2, hospital without beds. We all have been in these probably, but it's not that we've necessarily thought about it this way. This is the Jim Pattison Outpatient and Surgical Center in Surrey, BC, built in 2011. The investments in these are huge. Over 10 years ago, this cost almost 250 million Canadian dollars, so it's big. So these are basically outpatient hospitals. What we're seeing is a trend to dehospitalization. We want to get services out of the hospital because hospitals are expensive, they're non-flexible, they are just hard to operate, and there's no money to make them. So what's happened is that really significant advances in care delivery have allowed, for example, a lot of non-invasive surgeries that can be done as outpatient procedures. You go in the morning and you get out in the evening and everybody's happy. So these were procedures that normally had probably a 2 or 3 day length of stay. Now you can do them as an outpatient procedure. And some of them provide urgent care as well, and there's lots of examples. Okay. And here's a picture from the Jimmy Pattison. So what is this? It's a hybrid OR. So it's an operating room that serves multiple different surgical needs. And this one happens to be in the corner, so it gets daylight from 2 sides. And they also invest in the patient comfort. They get like waiting areas that have daylight. And also when you go in, it looks like you're going into a community center rather than a hospital. Okay, so prescription 3. hospital with no patients. Okay, you knew this was coming. It could also be called hospital with no doctors. It depends on which end of the sort of thought you're sitting at. So this is the system which is also called the virtual hospital. This is quite commonly already used in the United States and Australia, and in areas where there are very long distances and lots of remote communities. So what happens is a totally technology leveraged system where the patient is somewhere and the specialist is somewhere else, normally in a large urban center, and they provide guidance or actually provide the service assisted by technology. So this has the advantage also that it can pool excellence to certain places, and it can be scaled up pretty well because it really requires a really low real estate investment. And also it's IT people like it because they can run a lot of new technologies and pilots through virtual hospital programs. Okay, this is the Finnish one, Hospital at Home. This is from Eksote, the Southern Karelia Health Authority in Finland. Hospital at Home, and these, again, there's lots of these programs internationally, but I'm showing you the Finnish one because we're in Finland. And it means, in this particular case, it's the sort of ER at home, emergency room in your living room. And what they had at Eksote, also they have a fairly large catchment area. They also have a very large senior population, and they had a lot of what we call frequent flyers at the emergency room. They had people phoning ambulances and coming in with minor issues. It was super costly, super ineffective, so they thought we need to do something else. So they created this ER in your living room program where they have a specially trained EMT who goes out in a car to visit the patients in their homes. Is the music playing me out, or I don't know? It's like the Oscars. Anyway, so so these ER in your living room programs, they also so basically it's the classic bring the care to the patient, but it happens at night, in this case, because they couldn't afford to keep the ER open, it was stupid. What this requires is significantly well-managed care management. The dispatch cannot be just dispatchers, they need to be health professionals so that they can evaluate the calls. In Eksote, they have a very good electronic medical record system, and the dispatch medical professional has the highest level of access. So what they can do when the call comes, they look at the record, and then they have AI as well that predicts what this patient needs. And it's actually a pretty well-planned system. Okay. Here's the American one. Hospital at the shopping mall. But guys, it's a reality. It is a reality. So Walmart Health, Superstore Health, we've all heard about this. What they do, they bring you laughing, but it's happening. They bring the healthcare to the shopping mall. There's several reasons, because that's where the people are. The people go there almost every day, so it's convenient. And they don't need to worry about the facility ownership and governance. And then they strike deals with the retail providers who normally always have a pharmacy, and they get these benefits that their pharmacy sales go up because they have the doctors on premises, etc. So you can see the pattern. What's interesting here is that Walmart Health used Disney Industries to plan their customer experience concept. So experience design is huge. We also heard it from the speaker from Denmark. So the question is, so what's left for brick and mortar hospitals after all this, doing it all outside of the hospitals? And I have a couple of answers for you. So the version A, the scenario one, is that you're in a large urban center. This is the one that I hear the most often when we talk about the hospital of the future. People say, oh, yeah, hospital of the future, ER, ICU, and ORs. That's it. So it's basically a trauma center on steroids. So they just do the most sort of urgent care, the specialist, nobody can predict this, you can't plan this to go elsewhere. So this is possible, and then they have a combination of diagnostic imaging or lab, some sort of diagnostics on site. So this works in large cities that have all these other services available. There's a version 1B in large cities, which is a good old general hospital model or the university hospital model, where you can run your community services and your education and your research as well. I think this model is sort of, I don't know what to say. It's sort of becoming a bit challenged, but it is also thriving in university settings, because in universities there's a certain bit of competition. And then what happens in the smaller centers is that we have the community hospital model, which is more a population-based system where you provide what the actual population needs, what the catchment area needs, and then they refer out and they rely on regional centers for trauma and the specialties. So these are sort of the classic brick and mortar answers. So now, this is my quick speech, and I have the second poll, is what would you like to see more of? And we can have another 1 minute. Look at that, 4 minutes left. That's it. Yep.
If you want to see the answers.
Okay, the answers.
For the
first one, okay.
Yeah. So
the first
political
poll
conflicts.
ended up with political conflicts being the first one. Second was climate change. Okay.
What would be your answer?
I actually would probably say climate change, but I'm glad to see it being second, because it is a significant issue, and we really don't know how it's going to hit us. Like, we know that there's storms, the floods, the wildfires in Southern Europe, but what we haven't accounted for is the huge masses of migration that climate change is also responsible for. So I think outside of the Ukraine conflict, which we're all very worried about right now, I would say climate change. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Ja nyt on siis äänestys auki myös siihen toiseen kysymykseen, niin kuin nähdään, että vastauksia kertyy. Ja samoin tein. Kerropa nyt, mitä itse tähän vastaisit.
Niin, mitä mä itse vastaisin. Kyllä siis nuo liikkuvat palvelut on mun todella yksi suosikkitapa. Että mä oon kauhean potilaskeskeisen palvelutarjonnan kannattaja. Mutta siis näitähän kaikki tavallaan on jo. Mutta mitä mä haluaisin nähdä lisää on ehkä nuo liikkuvat palvelut. Et ne on musta aika ketteriä. Ja...
Niin, sä laittaisit sairaalan pyörille ja veisit hoidon sitten sinne, missä sitä tarvitaan.
Joo, mutta siis mä oon myöskin diversiteetin kannattaja, että mun mielestä täytyy olla näitä kaikkia. Et eihän se nyt voisi...
Ei ole yhtä vaihtoehtoa.
Niin,
kombinaatio.
Mä aina sanon, että verrattuna Pohjois-Amerikkaan Suomessa on aika silleen rooteliajattelijoita, että aina ajatellaan, että tehdään yksi asia ja se on sitten niin. Ja sitten on jossain on tämmöisiä change agentteja, jotka Exotessa esimerkiksi on ollut aika voimakas tämmöinen innovaatio energia, niin ne on sitten luonut näitä uusia malleja heille sopivia. Että, joo.
Tartun vielä siihen, kun puhuit siitä sairaalasta ilman sänkyjä.
Joo.
Suomessa se ei ole mikään yleinen tuttu konsepti, niin minkä ongelman se meillä voisi ratkaista?
No siis kyllähän se leikkausjonoa vähentää, jos tehtäisiin. Ne on niin sanottua surgical centers, eli ne keskittyy yleensä siis leikkauksiin, siis tällaisiin leikkauksiin, jotka tehdään, ne voi ajoittaa, tai you can schedule these in, että ne ei ole silleen superakuutteja. Ja sitten tietysti riippuen siitä omistusmuodosta, että Pohjois-Amerikassa osa niistä on yksityisiä, että sä voit vain soittaa ja meet huomenna leikkaukseen, jos sattuu olemaan leikkaussali vapaana. Että se vähän riippuu palveluntarjousmallista kanssa. Mutta kyllä siis ne yksityiset leikkaussairaalat on ehdottomasti yksi ratkaisu.
Se, mitä tässä juuri tähän liittyen, nämä yksityiset sairaalat ja se, että soitetaan, että tulisin huomenna leikkaukseen ja ylipäätään tämä amerikkalainen mall-malli, missä kauppakeskuksessa on sairaala. Ollaanko me menossa siihen suuntaan, että raha puhuu?
No siis meillähän on koko ajan ollut tämä niin sanottu two-tier system Suomessa. Täällähän siis työterveyshuolto on aika pitkälti yksityisen sektorin hallussa ollut jo pitkään. Kyllä mä sanoisin, että ihan varmasti. Siis meillä on jatkuvasti ollut se, meillä on aina ollut yksityissairaaloita. Mä sanon, miten vanha mä oon syntynyt Mehiläisessä aikana, että silloin jo mun äiti halusi mennä yksityissairaalaan. Ja siitä on aikaa. 60-luvulla se mä voin sanoa.
Joo, eli trendi on kuitenkin sinne päin Suomessakin. Ja saadaan myös ehkä kokea sitä lisää, että saadaan lähipalveluina tuolta ostoskeskuksesta sitten. No nyt, kenen tuottamana vaan, niin...
Joo, siis sote-uudistuksen mukaan ja tämän maakuntauudistuksen mukana varmasti olisi kiva katsoa näitä erilaisia palvelumalleja niin kuin ihan vakavastikin, että ne saattaa ihan oikeasti olla sopivia joissakin Suomenkin konteksteissa.
Täällä on ilmeisesti jokin kysymys tullut Lauralta, jota minä en näe, mutta pystyisikö hän sen kenties laittamaan uudestaan tai esittämään tällä paikan päällä, jos on. Otetaan sekin tai ehdottomasti mukaan, jos se sieltä vielä löydetään. Odotellaan sitä hetki. Mikä sitten tälle kaikelle kehitykselle, jos meillä on visiot, mitkä olisi ratkaisuja, mitä on jo testattu käytännössä, mikä on se suurin jarru?
Ai. Mä en oikein ihan täysin ymmärrä, että Suomen niin kuin, terveydenhoidon niin kuin, suunnittelun byrokratiaa sisältä käsin, mutta mulla on myöskin semmoinen, nyt mä kyllä varmasti saan vihapostia, mutta semmoinen käsitys, että on aika paljon ihmisiä terveydenhuollon päätöstehtävissä, joilla ei välttämättä ole niihin niin kuin, kauhean voimakasta edellytystä, että ihmiset on joutunut tavallaan niin kuin projekteja vetää, vaikka ne ei ole koskaan vetänyt projektia aikaisemmin. Että se ehkä, mä sanoisin, että asiantuntijuus on tosi tärkeää. Että mä niin kuin toivoisin, että just näistä muistisairaista, kun puhuitte, että mä oon just lopettamassa tätä muistisairaiden asumisprojektia, johon olette kaikki tervetulleita loppuseminaariin, niin sielläkin tuli esiin oikein vahvasti, että on sellaista niin kuin false sense of competence, että arkkitehdeillakin mun omaa ammattikuntaa vähän tässä herättelen, että kyllä niin kuin terveydenhuollossa tarvitaan asiantuntevuutta. Että se on yksi niin kuin tosi tärkeä juttu.
No, tässä on tänään kuultu länsinaapurista terveisiä ja puhuttu siitä, miten esimerkiksi sydänkirurgiassa on otettu askeleita eteenpäin. Ja tässäkin sä puhuit ensihoidosta. Kaikki ovat kuitenkin todenneet sen, että väestön ikääntyminen on se suuri megatrendi. Onko panokset sillä sektorilla riittävässä määrin, kun tuntuu, että moni keihäänkärki menee tähän erityissairaanhoitoon?
No ei ole tarpeeksi panoksia muistisairaiden asumisessa ainakaan, mutta toinen ongelma on se, että me tarjotaan kaikille sama ratkaisu, joka on tämä ryhmäkoti tehostettu palveluasuminen, joka on kaikkein kallein, kaikkein jäykin, kaikkein sosiaalisesti eristävin ja mun mielestä niin kuin pitäisi tosi kriittisesti katsoa, että mitä muuta me voitaisiin tehdä ja rahasyistä joudutaankin katsomaan, että sitä me ollaan just tehty siinä yhdessä meidän toisessa projektissa.
Otetaan vielä täältä chatista tämä kysymys, kun on tänne tullut, niin mitä mieltä sä oot työterveyshuollon roolista nyt Suomessa ja minne päin sitä pitäisi kehittää?
No mä olin kiitollinen siitä, että tämä THL-henkilö pisti niin kuin auktoriteettinsa vähän niin kuin julkisuuteen sanomalla, että se on vähän omituista. Et mun mielestä mä näen sen kyllä, että mun mies on niin kuin mua huomattavasti vanhempi. Ja mä oon niin kuin työterveyden parissa, mutta hän ei ole. Niin kyllä mä sanoisin, että onhan se ihan niin kuin kaksi eri maailmaa, miten niin kuin näitä terveydenhuoltopalveluja tarjotaan. Et musta se ei ole kauhean loogista, että meillä on kaksi tällaista paralleelisysteemiä, ja etenkin, koska ne aiheuttaa tämmöisiä laatukuoppia.
Laura Arpiainen, mulla on sulle vielä yksi kysymys. Tänään on luvattu katsella kauas tulevaisuuteen. Pyydän sua tekemään sen nyt omalta kohdaltasi. Kun tullaan siihen hetkeen, että juhlit 95-vuotissyntymäpäivääsi, niin minkälainen on se maailma ja miten toivot omat korkeammat ikävuotesi saavasi viettää?
Loistava kysymys.
No mulla on riippukeino olohuoneessa niin kuin nytkin. Ja sitten mä opetan joogaa vähän niin kuin mä nytkin teen. Ja mitähän mä sanoisin? Mulla on niin kuin semmoiset luotetut lääkärit, niin kuin mulla on nytkin.
Tapaatko heitä sitten etänä? Vai?
Joo, mulla on Kanadassa mun lääkäri, mä aina soittelen sille välillä, kun mä täällä Suomessa hermostun välillä. Ja niin, mitähän mä sanoisin? Joo, että mä sanon, että mulla on tärkeää se henkilökohtainen suhde ja semmoinen pitkäaikainen sellainen oma lääkäri, joo. Ja mun oma lääkäri on vielä naturopaatti, joka täällä nostaa niin kuin kauheat hermokohtaukset, mutta se on aika holistinen se asenne. Ja Kanadassa naturopaatit on niin kuin laillistettu lääkäreitä, ne voi määrätä antibiootteja ja kaikkea. Siellä on vähän eri systeemi.
Ja asut selvästi kotona?
Kotona, joo.
Joo.
Yes.
Se on hieno suunnitelma.
Viimeisellästi.
Sitä kohti me kaikki mennään.
Joo.
Kiitos
Laura.
lämpimästi. Ja sitten vielä muutama tiedonanto. Eli meillä on lounashetki.
Kyllä.
Ja lounas tarjoillaan tuossa seinän takana, eli samassa tilassa, missä olette päässeet toisianne jo tapaamaan ja aamua aloittelemaan. Jatketaan tässä
Tässä
salissa.
samassa tilassa kyllä paneelikeskustelulla ja
Sen vetää Rashmi, alkaa kello 13.15.
Tilat ja toiminnallisuus, ja meillä on siinä vieraana Arto Ranta ja Pirja Syväoja ja Aleksi Hilman.
Eli vielä kertauksena, lounaan jälkeen tullaan kaikki tähän tämän paneelikeskustelun ajaksi, ja sen jälkeen sitten puhutaan esimerkiksi lääkärien työajan käytöstä tuossa sermin toisella puolella, minä jatkan sillä puolella seinää. Joo. Hyvä, mutta nyt kaikille oikein hyvää ruokahalua.
Ja virkistystä. Palataan vähitellen lounaalta ja sanon nyt tässä alussa heti joku muistan, että jakaannutaan 13.45 kahteen ohjelmalinjaan. Niina alkaa tuolla seinän takana sitten toinen ohjelmalinja ja teemana on lääkärin työajan käyttö ja miten tekoälyä voidaan siinä hyödyntää ja miten se voi tulla tulevaisuudessa sitten siinä avuksi. Joten silloin on mahdollisuus jakaantua tuonne toiselle puolelle seinää. Mutta nyt tässä ohjelmalinjassa on kysymys toiminnallisuudesta ja tiloista. Ja toivotaan tänne nyt sitten mun kanssa tervetulleeksi Arto Rannan, Pirjo Syväojan ja Aleksi Hilmanin.
Käydäänkö näin?
Tervetuloa.
Kiitos.
Joo, kiitoksia. No.
Eli meillä on täällä vieraana Pirjo Syväoja, Essoten hankejohtaja. Tervetuloa.
Kiitos.
Arto Ranta, TAYSin kehitysjohtaja.
Kiitoksia.
Tervetuloa. Ja Aleksi Hilman, Adapteolta suunnittelun päällikkö. Aleksi, mä voisin kysyä sulta ihan aluksi tässä, kun ollaan täällä Pikku Finlandiassa, että sä moduuliratkaisujen edustajana, niin mitä sä tykkäät tästä Pikku Finlandiasta, joka on kuitenkin väestöratkaisu tuolle Finlandia-talon remontille?
Kiitos kysymästä. Onhan tämä nyt kieltämättä aivan upea rakennus, että ei siitä pääse mihinkään. Mutta ehkä jotain konkreettisempaa, niin tämä on myös hyvä esimerkki siitä, mihin moduulirakentamisella nykyään pystytään. Eli säkin, Rasmi, mainitsit väistötila, niin monesti moduulirakentaminen yhdistetään väistötilaan ja tilapäisyyteen. Mutta se moduulirakentaminen oikeastaan, niin sehän on nykypäivänä myös pysyvä ratkaisu, jolla me säilytetään siirrettävyys, laajennettavuus, pienennettävyys ja myös varmistaa se turvallinen, terveellinen rakentaminen tehdasolosuhteissa mahdollisimman pitkälle.
Kyllä, ja tämähän on oiva esimerkki onnistuneesta rakennuksesta. Arto, teillä on rakennettu TAYSin kampusalueelle paljon. Teillä on ollut etupiha-hanke nyt tuoreimpana, useamman 100 miljoonan euron hanke tai melkein, ja sitten nyt aikuispsykiatria valmistuu sinne niin sanotulle takapihalle ehkä. Haluatko vähän taustottaa, että mitkä on ollut tämän uuden uudistamisohjelman 2030 taustat ja mikä on ajanut siihen?
Joo, kiitoksia. Tosiaankin Tampereella me haluamme olla aika kunnianhimoisia. Meillähän on paljon erinäköisiä rakennushankkeita ollut siellä, muun muassa Nokia-areenat ja rautatiet. Ja nyt meillä on seuraava iso projekti, joka tulee olemaan TAYSin historian suurin hanke. Ja sen taustahan on se, että TAYSihan täyttää tänä vuonna 60 vuotta. Ja edelleen sairaalatoiminta on niissä 60-luvulla rakennetuissa taloissa. Tekniikka on erilainen, toiminnallisuus on erilainen, meillä on paljon sisäilmaongelmia niissä. Ja on ihan selvää, että pitää saada työntekijöille turvalliset ja terveelliset olosuhteet. Toinen syy on se, että Pirkanmaahan tulee olemaan Suomen suurin hyvinvointialue, meidän väestö kasvaa, väestö ikääntyy, ja yksinkertaisesti nämä nykyiset tilat eivät tule riittämään 2030-luvun tarpeisiin. Ja kolmas syy on se, että kun nämä sairaalarakennukset aikanaan on rakennettu, niin nehän on rakennettu niin, että meillä on se iso vuodeosastotorni, sitten meillä on ne leikkaussalit, ja sitten meillä on poliklinikit eri paikoissa. Ja nyt me halutaan rakentaa sen, että me pystytään keskittämään toimintaa vähän sen potilasprosessin mukaan, ja sitä kautta saamaan tuottavuutta ja säästöjä. Ja sitä ehkä, mitä me eniten kaipaamme, että miten me saadaan tämä henkilöstö riittämään tähän kaikkeen.
Kyllä, se asettaa tietenkin tässä valtavat haasteet. Pirjo, kerrotko sä lyhyesti kanssa vielä? Teillä on ollut paljon erilaisia hankkeita käynnissä ja on valmistunutkin rakennusosia jo. Ja miten
No joo,
tänään
kyllä meilläkin sitä kunnianhimoa siellä Etelä-Savossa on ollut uudistaa tiloja ja aika paljonhan se on ollut sellaista välttämättömyysinvestointia, että vanhat tilat on tulleet elinkaarensa loppuun. Mutta sitten meillä on ollut tämä sote-integraatio tässä jo vuosia niin kuin tekeillä ja tehtykin. Ja tämä tilojen rakentaminen, uusien tilojen rakentaminen ja vanhojen peruskorjaaminen, niin se on aika pitkälti liittynyt siihen, että on haluttu sinne keskussairaalan yhteyteen, Mikkelin keskussairaalan siis yhteyteen, tuoda myös peruspalveluita ja psykiatria, josta kerron vähän lisää sitten tuonnempana, ja sosiaalipalvelut. Ja mä oon aloittanut 2014 hankepäällikkönä, eli 8 vuotta, ja nyt me ollaan jo aika tavalla loppusuoralla. Ja tämä on ollut mielenkiintoinen matka, ja teidänkin kanssa ollaan tehty yhteistyötä, ja vaikka ollaan Taussin kanssa aika eri kokoluokkaa, mutta paljon on ollut yhteistäkin, ja ollaan opittu toisistamme.
Niin, varmasti useat piirteet on vähän samanlaisia. Ehkä kysymys teille kummallekin nyt, kun osa on hankkeesta jo valmistunut, osa on käynnissä ja osa on vasta suunnitteluvaiheessa, niin osaatteko vähän sanoa, että onko ymmärretty riittävästikin, että nämä ei ole tilalähtöisiä hankkeita vai prosessit edellä, ja mikä merkitys myös muutosjohtamisella on siinä?
Kun käyn aina poliitikolle esittelemässä tätä meidän prosessia ja meidän hanketta, niin aloitan aina niin, että vaikka tämä näyttäytyy tilahankkeena, niin tärkeintä on nähdä, että mitä siellä tilan sisällä tapahtuu. Eli miten toimitaan 2030-luvulla ja miten me saamme oikeastaan niin kuin kaiken ne palvelutarpeen tyydytettyä tulevaisuudessa. Ja se on ehkä se kaikista tärkein. Ja jos miettii vaikka prosessien kehittämistä ja tilaa, niin ainakin se on tullut selväksi, että ei kannata ekaksi piirtää niitä pohjia, vaan ekaksi pitää aika tarkkaan selvittää, että miten ne potilasvirrat menee, miten ne materiaalit menee. Ja sitä kautta me löydetään niin kuin parhaimmat mahdolliset niin kuin pohjapiirustukset.
Mä en tiedä, oletteko te huomannut sitä, että parhaimmillaan myöskin se on vuoropuhelua, tilat ja toiminta vuoropuhelee. Tietenkin se slogan, että toiminta edellä, sitä me ollaan kuultu tosi paljon, mutta se on aika vaikeaa miettiä sitä toimintaa irrallaan niistä uusista tiloista. Eli ainakin itse olen huomannut, että sitten kun on joku hahmo olemassa siitä, että mikä tulee olemaan se tulevaisuuden tilaratkaisu, edes ne niin kuin reunaehdot, niin sitten on niin kuin helpompi käyttäjille ennen kaikkea niin kuin ajatella myöskin sitä tulevaa toimintaa.
Niin.
Toiminta edellä, mutta tilat ja siis tilasuunnittelu kyllä niin kuin, kannustaa toiminnalliseen suunnitteluun. Että mä näkisin ne rinnakkain, en ehkä välttämättä edes peräkkäisinä.
Niin, ja sittenhän on usein niin, että kun tarve on saatu kartoitettua, niin tulee niitä ulkoisia rajoitteita kuin kaava ja budjetti.
Mä voisin oikeastaan Pirjoon jatkaa, että kun meillä on vaikka se tilaohjelma, niin me on ainakin huomattu aika hyödylliseksi, että sen jälkeen tehdään tämmöisiä simulaatioita, että miten ne ihmiset siellä on, miten ne potilaat tulee. Ja se on jännä, että sitten kun valitsee erilaisia niin kun näkemyksiä, että paljonko tehdään etätyötä, paljonko tehdään kotona, onko ne potilaat siellä kotona, mikä olisi niin kun tavoitteellista, niin sen niin kun muuttaa ja myös kehittää sitä prosessin suunnittelua hämmästyttävän paljon. Siinä mielessä tämä vuoropuhelu on todella hyvä.
Ja ehkä nyt tällainen hyvinvointialueiden näkökulmasta, niin koet sä, Arto, että tätä ei kannata rajoittaa pelkästään tätä suunnittelua kampusalueelle ja miten sen ulkopuolellekin vielä muualle nähdään koko palvelutuotanto sillä alueella ja minkälaisia vaikutuksia ja mahdollisuuksia hyvinvointialue tuo nyt?
Tämä hyvinvointialueiden tulo on mielestäni niin erittäin hyvä asia. Että ainakin siellä on nyt 2 isoa juttua. Nythän niin tulevaisuudessa Pirkanmaalla ainakin tehdään niin, että nämä kaikki terveyskeskussairaalat ja sairaanhoitopiirin sairaalat on yhtä kokonaisuutta. Ja mä itse uskoisin, että kun meillä tietysti tiedetään, että valtaosa potilaista on aika iäkkäitä, niin jo Tampereen kaupungin aikana, missä oli erikoissairaanhoito ja perusterveydenhuolto samassa kokonaisuudessa, niin se molemminpuolinen konsultaatiomahdollisuus on todella tärkeä. Eli nykyään eivät kirurgit enää osaa niitä lääkkeitä, tarvitaan geriatreja, toisaalta geriatrit tarvitsee niitä kirurgia niiden lonkkamurtumien hoitoon. Eli mä itse uskon, että tämmöinen konsultaatiomalli lisääntyy huomattavasti. Toinen liittyy tähän, tänään puhuttiin sairaalasta ilman petejä, niin mehän tehdään tämmöistä projektia, että poliklinikka ilman potilaita, joka tarkoittaa, että meillä on ne ammattilaiset siellä sairaalassa tai missä ovatkin, voi ne olla kotona ja myöskin ne potilaat on kotona ja pystytään antaa konsultaatioapua sitä kautta. Ja mä uskon, että se on hyvin vahvasti taas mahdollistuu tässä hyvinvointialueen aikana. Ja tuo niin kuin meitä enemmän yhteen. Ehkä päästään vihdoinkin siitä suoriteperusteisesta mallista tämmöiseen vaikuttavuusperusteiseen malliin.
Aivan oikein. Miten se näyttäytyy tässä tilasuunnittelussa?
Se näyttäytyy niin, että perinteisiä vastaanottohuoneita tarvitaan paljon vähemmän mitä nykyään. Me tarvitaan aika paljon tässä tämmöisiä niin sanottuja rauhallisia tiloja, missä voi käydä, mitä nyt ollaan totuttu vaikka Teamseihin. Ne vaatii kuitenkin sen rauhan ja ei kannata käyttää koko vastaanottohuonetta tämmöiseen tilaan, vaan ne on edelläkin tämmöisiä erilaisia, vähän ehkä monitilatoimistoja, missä huomattavasti enemmän on näitä rauhallisia tiloja, mitä ehkä aikaisemmin on suunniteltu.
Oletko huomannut, Pirjo, vastaavaa teillä?
No kyllä, ja tähän niin kuin hyvinvointialueen kontekstiin, niin mehän tehtiin sote jo 2017, eli syntyi S-sote, niin kuin on ex-sotekin, mutta ne on eri asia. Niin no nyt meillä sitten on niin kuin se haaste, että meidän Etelä-Savossa on 2 sairaanhoitopiiriä, sitten Vaalialan kuntayhtymä, ja nyt meillä on niin kuin uusi askel tai uusi vaihe tähän soteen, eli meidän pitää integroida 2 sairaanhoitopiiriä, 2 keskussairaalaa ja sitten tämmöinen iso kuntayhtymä Vaaliala. Mutta kyllä ihan samaa. Mä luulen, että on aika geneeristä koko Suomessa nämä opit, mitä ollaan opittu tästä tilasuunnittelusta.
Miten teillä Adapteolla, onko nämä uudet trendit rantautunut ja miten ne saadaan näiden väistöjen aikana huomioitua?
No ehkä tarttuisin tuohon, vähän laitoin muutama ylöskin tuosta just, että miten toimitaan 2030-luvulla ja sitten oli tästä, että tekniikka muuttuu, niin myös huomattu, että tiloja tehdään nykyään enemmän niin kuin yksilöitä varten, eikä niin, että yksilöt käyttää tietynlaisia tiloja. Eli esimerkiksi joku hammashoitohuone tai muu, niin saattaa olla hyvin erilainen riippuen siitä toiminnasta, eli yksikönkin sisällä tavallaan, että mikä pari sitä käyttää miten. Niin tämmöisiä eroja ollaan huomattu hankkeissa. Okei, mä puhun nyt vähän eri näkökulmalta, ollaan urakoitsijapuolella, mutta ne tulee mulle vastaan sitten taas siellä detaljitasolla ja arjessa.
Meillä on kun peruskorjaus on tehty niin kuin käynnissä olevassa sairaalassa ja rakennettu lisäosia, niin meillä on ollut todella massiiviset niin kuin väistöt, vaikka ollaankin melko pieni keskussairaala, mutta miltei kaikki toiminnot on muuttanut. Jotkut vastaanotot, poliklinikat on joutunut muuttamaan 3 kertaa ennen kuin on löytynyt se lopullinen tila. Et kyllähän tämä väistösuunnittelu, se vaatisi mun mielestä ehkä vielä lisää asiantuntemusta. Me auditoitiin meidän suunnitelmaa nimenomaan nämä väistöt tämmöisen itävaltalaisen VAMEDin toimesta, ja ne oli aivan kauhistuneita, että ei tällä tavalla niin kuin voi niin kuin altistaa asiakkaita, potilaita ja henkilökuntaa jatkuvaan meluun ja tärinään. Mutta ei meillä ollut mitään muuta ratkaisua. Yritettiin tehdä parhaamme, mutta kyllä siinä on niin kuin, potilaillakin on ollut välillä kuulosuojaimet. Heille on viety osastolle kuulosuojaimia, että he on kestänyt siinä remontin aikana. Tämä on jatkunut vuosia. Että ihailen niitä sairaanhoitopiirejä ja sairaaloita, jotka pystyy niin kuin kerralla viemään sitten toiminnan uuteen sairaalaan.
Joo, Arto, ole hyvä.
Toi Maiperit, joka Tanskasta tänään esitteli meidän hanketta, niin me on oikeastaan ajateltu juuri näin, että sairaalahan pitää toimia häiriöttä siinä aikana, kun rakennetaan. Ja senhän takia me on nyt tehtykin tämmöinen ratkaisu, että me pyritään siirtämään niin kun, erityisesti niin kun, vaikka yliopistosairaalat tyypilliset tilat, kuten akuutat, ensiavut, teho-osastot, leikkaussalit ja niitä tukevat vuodeosastot sinne eri paikkaan uudisrakennukseen, että me pystytään tuottaa sitä palvelua koko sen ajan, kun tätä uudisrakennusta rakennetaan. Ja nämä on todella pitkiä projekteja. Tällä hetkellä mekin on arvioitu, että tämä uudisrakennuksen rakentaminen kestää 7-8 vuotta. Jos sitä toimintaa yritetään tehdä samaan aikaan, kun vaikka rakennuksia remonteerata, niin onhan se todella pitkä aika.
Mutta väistön aikaisella suunnittelulla tai sen palapelin rakentamisella, koostamisella on kyllä suuri merkitys. Olisiko, Pirjo, teillä ollut sitten kuitenkin ehkä jotain oppejakin, mitä, kun on ehkä toimintaa pakotetusti jouduttu vähän muuttamaan niissä, niin onko sinulla jotain oppeja, että te olette kokenut, että aha, ei me halutakaan ehkä enää palata johonkin vanhaan, mitkä tuli vasta sitä kautta?
Ehkä nyt ainakin sen on huomannut, kun työntekijät on joutunut väistymään, niin se niin kuin repii heidät irti niistä vanhoista toimintamalleista. Et se on niin kuin semmoinen välitila odottaessa sitä uutta, ja se ehkä niin kuin, on sellainen psykologisesti niin semmoinen hyvä tila alkaa miettimään ja orientoitumaan siihen uuteen. Et siinä voi olla tämmöinen myönteinen, vaikka siinä onkin paljon negatiivista. Ja no ehkä sitten yksi, kun Aleksi on täällä, niin meidän sairaalaopetus joutui sisäilmaongelmien vuoksi muuttamaan parakkeihin. Ja todellakin ollaan tajuttu, että ne ratkaisut voisivat olla aivan pysyviäkin ratkaisuja. Ja henkilökunta ja lapset on tykännyt, että ne on oikein toimivia. Tosin nyt sitten meillä sairaalaopetus menee tähän mielen ja kuntoutuksen taloon, mutta saatiin ihan hyvää kokemusta parakkeista. Ne on hyvä ratkaisu.
Sä oot puhunut myös siitä, että nähtäisiin teidänkin ratkaisut ehkä yhteiskunnallisesti isompana asiana kuin pelkästään yksittäisenä terveyskeskuksena tai sairaalarakennuksena. Haluatko kertoa siitä vähän enemmän?
Kyllä, eli tässä oli hyvää johdattelua, niin tavallaan, että mitä varten niin kuin adaptio on tai mikä meidät mahdollistaa, niin on tavallaan just se joustava tilan tarve. Eli me ei niin kuin haluta olla tekemässä yhtä rakennusta, eli yhtä Pikku-Finlandia-taloa tai yhtä korttelia kampusta, vaan me halutaan olla jeesaamassa valtiota, yhteiskuntaa, hyvinvointialueita, tarjoamalla niitä joustavia ratkaisuja, eli tarjoamalla vaikka nyt 5 vuodeksi, 10 vuodeksi, mikä se aika on toistaiseksi, jonkun tasoiset tilat, jonka jälkeen tilaajalle löytyy se riskittömyys, jos tekniikka menee eteenpäin tai jotain muuta tarpeita muuttuu, niin sitä voidaan siirtää, pienentää, laajentaa, ja tavallaan se riski on silloin meillä moduulitoimittajalla. Mutta ehkä just tuossa tavallaan mitä huomannut, niin se pitkäjänteinen, eli se ei välttämättä aina ole se väistelaratkaisu, vaan se voi olla pysyvä, siirrettävä ratkaisu myös, mikä mahdollistaa sit tulevaisuudessa tietyt peliliikkeet myös tilaajapuolelle.
Tätähän me varmaan juuri sairaalarakentamisessakin ikään kuin tarvitaan, kun ei ole sitä kristallipalloa sit kuitenkaan siitä tiedosta, että riittääkö se mitoitus vaikka sinne 10 vuoden päähän ja mitä sitten sen jälkeen on, vaikka voidaan niitä testailla, niin onko teillä esimerkiksi nyt Essotessa niin törmätty johonkin asiaan, joka sitten on tuottanutkin odottamattomia volyymeja tai muita asioita?
No, meillä on suunniteltu vähentää osastokapasiteettia paljon, eli tämä palvelurakenteen muutos ja avopalvelupainotteisuus, mutta edelleen näyttää siltä, että se ei kyllä niin kuin ole kovin helposti toteutumassa. Et meidän väestö on hyvin ikääntynyttä, hyvin sairasta ja osastokapasiteettia tarvitaan. No, nämä osastot tai sairaalat ja just nämä parakkiratkaisut, niin mä luulen, että jos meillä tulisi tarve ja meillä olisi sitten tilaa, niin mä luulen, että me ollaan niin kuin henkisesti kypsiä siihen, että semmoinen voitaisiin ottaa käyttöön, mutta toki sille ehkä järkevämpi vaihtoehto on sitten se sairaala kotona. Eli meillä voisi olla 25-30 paikkaa, mikä tällä hetkellä ehkä puuttuu, niin siellä kotona teknologian avulla hoidettuna nämä potilaat. Että ehkä se olisi niin kuin se mun mielestä järkevin suuntaus.
Arto, mä olisin... Joo, kerro.
Me käytiin Aleksin kanssa pieni keskustelu ennen tässä, joka liittyy tähän, minkä takia niitä tiloja oikeastaan tarvitaan. Ja kiertotaloudesta käytiin vähän läpi, että onko maailma menossa siihen suuntaan, että auto ei tosiaankaan enää hankita, vaan hankitaankin se, miksi sitä autoa tarvitaan. Eli päästään paikasta toiseen, niin onko tämä sairaalassakin mahdollista ajatella jatkossa saman suuntaan. Eli me tarvitaan oikeastaan ne tilat, mutta tilathan ei ole pakko rakentaa itse, vaan me tarvitaan ne palvelut niiden tilojen sisälle. Ja siitä oikeastaan kaikessa sairaalarakentamisessa loppujen lopuksi on kuitenkin kyse, että mitä siellä, mihin sitä tarvitaan. Voi olla, että me löydetään Aleksin kanssa vielä keskusteluaiheita tämän jälkeen, että meillä voi olla jotain vielä yhdessä kehitettävää.
Kyllä. Ja tuohon vielä lisäisin sen aikaperspektiivin, että mitä vähän jatkettiin sitä keskustelua, että minkälainen autopalvelu, miten pitkäksi aikaa jossain kohtaa perheen käyttäjät voi olla X määrää ja sen jälkeen toinen muutetaan omille ja lähdetään opiskelemaan ja sitten se onkin pienempi se määrä, eli se saattaa muuttua. Niin onko silloin järkevää hankkia se pysyvä ratkaisu siihen vai jättää se tulevaisuus auki ja se muuntojoustavuus sinne kautta se S-hihaan, että se ei olekaan se oma ja sitten se haetaan pois ja tuodaan oikeanlainen tilalle taas ja sitten sillä toiselle, mikä lähti pois, etsitään uusi koti ja sitä kautta se kiertotalous taas. Eli tuohon voisi antaa esimerkin, että me ollaan tehty paljon nyt terveyskeskusrakennuksia, mutta terveyskeskuksen vastaanottohuone, kun siitä riisutaan tutkimusvalo, vähän sairaalatekniikkaa, niin se on ihan täydellinen toimisto johonkin muuhun, vaikka Valtralle suolahtaa, kun ne saa ison tilauksen, niin se viipale viedäänkin sinne projektitoimistoksi. Eli tätä kautta se kiertotalous ja kierrätettävyys on meillä niin kuin vahvasti läsnä tässä mukana.
Joo. Aivan totta. Miten vielä, Arto, olisin kysynyt sulta vielä ennen kuin meillä tässä kohta loppuu aika, että osaisitko antaa jonkun esimerkin siitä nyt, puhutaan kuitenkin isoista investointiohjelmista teilläkin, niin miten käyttökustannukset, jotka on sitten kuitenkin myöhemmin sen sairaalan käytössä se kaikista suurin osuus, niin minkälaisia säästöpotentiaaleja teillä on nyt tässä vaikka kartoitettu?
Jos me nyt ajatellaan tietenkin, että mistä sairaalan käyttökustannukset tulee, niin sehän on se henkilöstö, joka on se suurin niin kuin kuluerä. Ja me on tosiaankin tehty aika laajat kartoitukset tämmöisistä mahdollisista tuottavuuspotentiaaleista, niin kyllähän siellä nousee, kyllähän tämä digitalisaatio, potilastietojärjestelmien käytettävyys nousee ihan niin kuin ylivoimaisesti esille. Mielestäni tänä aamuna sieltä kuultiin Karolinska sairaalasta, että jos 30% lääkärin työstä menee siihen potilashoitoon ja muuta, niin onhan meillä tässä niin todella paljon tehtävissä. Toinen on sitten, että nyt kun meillä on vaikka se etupiha-hanke valmistunut, niin esimerkiksi Sydänsairaalassahan, joka oli hajallaan eri kohteissa, niin he juuri julkaisi asian, että 33% siitä ajasta, mitä aikaisemmin käytettiin kävelemiseen, saatiin pois tällä uudella ratkaisulla, missä toiminnat on lähekkäin toisiaan. Eli mun mielestä niin aika monessa asiassa, kun nyt mietitään, niin mikä on niin se tavoite, niin tietenkin tarvitsee olla se potilaan prosessi, mutta yhä voimakkaammin tulee esille se, että miten se henkilökunnan niin kuin työ saadaan kohdistettua siihen potilashoitoon. Mutta ehkä sitten kuitenkin eniten tarvitaan.
Hyvä. Kiitos. Mä olisin kysynyt Pirjo sulta vielä ennen kuin jakaannutaan kohta tuonne toiseenkin tilaan, jossa on toinen ohjelmalinja. Ja Pirjolle jatkuu tässä puheenvuoro, mutta haluaisitko sä kertoa meille vähän, sä oot kuitenkin käynyt Afrikassa ja siellä tutustunut erilaiseen rakentamiseen ja kestäviin ratkaisuihin, että voidaanko me saada kenties jotain oppeja sieltä ja mitä on kestävä kehitys siinä? tässä?
No joo, mä olin viime yönäkin Afrikassa. Mä itse asiassa tulin kuukausi sitten. Meillä on siellä Kendubein sairaalassa, se on semmoinen maaseutusairaala siellä Länsi-Afrikassa, niin semmoinen leikkaussafari, ja mä oon koordinoinut sitä nyt 10 vuotta. Suomalaiset kirurgit käy siellä leikkaamassa vammaisia lapsia ja nuoria, ja 47 potilasta leikattiin siellä, ja se on niin kovasti mielessä, mutta joo, siis voisi sarkastisesti sanoa, että siellähän sitä kestävää kehitystä on, koska esimerkiksi se sairaala on perustettu 1928 ja sen jälkeen ei ole tehty mitään. Ei ole siis hassattu rahaa niin seiniin eikä muihin. Tosi ulkoministeriö Suomen sitten antoi rahat, että me rakennettiin leikkausyksikkö sinne, ja mä olin itse asiassa vuoden siellä sitä sitten valvomassa, ei tekisi siellä, tein rappausta ja kaikkea tällaista. Mutta se on niin kuin mielenkiintoista, että niillä henkilöillä on ihmisillä on niin vähän näitä vaateita suhteessa laatuun. Raha siellä ratkaisee, ei laatu. Ja jos vastaanottotilat loppuu kesken, niin sitten mennään puun alle pitämään vastaanottoa.
Kyllä.
Noin lyhyesti.
Moduulit liikkuu myös ulkomaille tarvittaessa.
Hyvä. Ymmärtääkseni nytten jakaannutaan 2 eri osioon, ja Pirjo jatkaa tässä omalla esityksellään. Mutta kiitos teille Aleksille ja Artolle oikein paljon.
Kiitos.
Kiitoksia.
No niin, kiitos, oli mukava nähdä.
En mä koskenut siihen, ota vaan. Itselläsi lopuksi.
Joo, jotakin varmaan tulee tuossa esityksessä.
Joo, annetaan pari minuuttia vielä aikaa.
Joo. Se oli, että miten eros psykiatrinen toiminnallinen suunnittelu. Muusta suunnittelusta. Joo.
Joo, mä kysyn sut lopuksi, jos mulle tuu muita kysymyksiä mieleen, mutta mä luulen, että mä en ole ihan varma, että kuuluuko mun tässä vielä esitteellä sun puhe.
Aika moni jäi tänne. Kiva. Tällä ei saanut osoittaa ihmisiä, mutta sitten tällä sai tehdä näin, että osoittaa.
Niin, ja sanat tuolta. Ai tonne. Se ei varmaan reagoi muuten, joo. Okei, jatketaan. Hyvä. Eli nyt on seuraavaksi Pirjo Syväoja vielä vuorossa. Ja Pirjon aiheena on nyt tämän loppuvuodesta aukeava tai käyttöön otettu, tai otetaan käyttöön Mielen ja kuntoutuksen talo Mikkelissä. Ole hyvä.
Joo, kiitos. Ja mä oon nyt jo lämmennyt tässä näin, niin mä luulen, että meillä, ainakin mulla tulee olemaan mukava muisto tästä esiintymisestä. Mä oon tosiaan kehittämisjohtajana Essotessa ja hankejohtajana näissä meidän rakennushankkeissa, ja niin kuin tuossa totesin, jotka olitte täällä, niin se on jo loppusuoralla, niin mulla on muukin kehittäminen ja sitten on vielä hallintoylihoitajana, että tämmöinen kolmekärkinen tehtävä. Ja Essote, Etelä-Savon sosiaali- ja terveyspalveluiden kuntayhtymä ja Mikkelin keskussairaala sitten, tai Mikkelissä sijaitsee keskussairaala ja 2015 saatiin tämän koko Mikkelin keskussairaalan kehittämis- ja rakennushankkeen investointipäätös ja siitä alkoi sitten taistelu oman sairaalan puolesta. Ja täällä yleisössä on yksi meidän valtuutettu, Yrjö Merikoski, radiologi, ainakin näin hänet täällä. Tämä oli iso askel. Tämä on nimittäin aika iso investointi, näette kohta tuossa lukuja, niin Etelä-Savolle. Nämä nosturit Mikkelin keskussairaalan yllä, niin sanoisinko, että ne luovat toivoa tulevaisuudesta. Essote on iso työllistäjä, 3800 työntekijää ja nyt sitten hyvinvointialueella 7800. Ja se, että meillä on nykyaikaiset tilat, uudet tilat, viihtyisät tilat, niin se on ilman muuta vetovoimatekijä. Jos ei meillä ole työntekijöitä, niin ei meillä ole sairaalaakaan. Ja meidän kokoluokkaa vielä vähän, Essoten kokoluokkaa, niin budjetti on semmoinen 380 miljoonaa ja se on noin 100 000 per työntekijä. Näissä kohta 8 vuotta, tai 7 vuotta on rakennettu, niin paljon on urakoita saatu jäämään sinne maakuntaan ja myöskin tämä rakentaminen on ollut erittäin tärkeä aluepoliittisesti, koska se on tuonut veroeuroja alueelle. Tässä on talvinen kuva tuosta Mikkelin keskussairaalasta ja ensimmäisenä valmistuu pysäköintitalo, tuossa näkyy vähän hintojakin. Sitten vastaanottoaluetta on rakennettu monessa vaiheessa ja välinehuoltoa, pääaulaa uusittu, kokonaan uusi rakennus, perhetalo ja tässä kuumasairaala. Ja nyt sitten nousee vauhdilla tuo mieleen ja kuntoutuksen talo. Yhteensä 137 miljoonaa euroa verrattuna siihen vuosibudjettiin ei ole kovin iso luku, mutta on noin 5 miljoonaa on poistot ja korot vuodessa, että meille se on iso investointi. Tuossa on kesäisempi kuva lännestä ja siinä näkyy tuo perhetalo, joka on semmoinen maamerkki. Mikkelissä ollaan Saimaan rannalla, se on tämmöinen Saimaan lahti, joka sitten päättyy tuohon Mikkeliin. Tuossa on tuo mielen ja kuntoutuksen talo. Ja tämän rakennus- ja uudistamishankkeen keskiössä on ollut 3 asiaa. Ollaan haluttu peruspalvelut Mikkelin kantakaupungista tuoda tänne keskussairaalan yhteyteen. Se on jo tapahtunut. Sitten meillä on Kyyhkylän kuntoutussairaala, jossa ollaan oltu vuokralla 2019 siirryttiin, tai siellä olevat toiminnat siirtyi väistöön tänne keskussairaalakampukselle. Ja nyt sitten tämä perinteikäs Moision psykiatrinen sairaala, niin 2023 alusta alkaa muutot. Ja tässä vielä näitä, mitä on minäkin vuonna valmistunut. 2017 aloitettiin tuolla Parkkitalolla ja siihen tuli myöskin helikopterikenttä tuonne päälle. Tuossa ei vielä näy sitä yhdystunnelia sitten tuonne pääsairaalaan. Ja muita näette tuossa. 2019 valmistui sekä kuumasairaala että perhetalo ja oli aika hässäkkää tällä sairaalakampuksella, kun 2 noinkin isoa kohdetta oli samaan aikaan rakentamisen alla. Tuossa on vielä tuosta perhetalosta, se on jotkut luulee, että se on museo, siis turistit, jotka käy siellä ja etsivät sieltä sisältä sitten tauluja, niitäkin löytyy. Meillä on ollut näitä paikallisia taiteilijoita, Lauri Nykop, hän on Hirvensalmelta, niin hän on valokuvannut koivikkoa Hirvensalmella ja tehnyt siitä sitten tietokoneella erilaisia sovellutuksia ja siellä on myöskin semmoisia ihan pieniä lehtiä ja mä oon saanut ne niin kuin on Pirjon lehtiä. Semmoinen yksityiskohta. Tuossa on vielä länsijulkisivu. No 20, niin vanhaa osaa peruskorjattiin ja välinehuoltoa laajennettiin. Et siellä on nyt kapasiteettia kutakuinkin koko maakunnan tarpeisiin ja vastaanottoalueita rakennettiin lisää. Meillä ehkä lähtötilanteessa, niin sanoisiko, että 350 vastaanottohuonetta ja nyt kun kaikki on valmista, niin ehkä on 200 korkeintaan, että niin paljon niin kuin vähenee vastaanottohuoneet, koska on asetettu tavoitteita sille, kuinka paljon, tai että se välitön potilastyö pitää tehdä vastaanotoilla tai vastaanottohuoneissa ja sitten muu työ tehdään siellä monitilatoimistossa. Ja sitten on myöskin asetettu ihan tavoitteita, kuinka paljon vastaanottokäyntejä lääkäri tai hoitaja tai psykologi ja niin edelleen niin odotetaan tekevän vuodessa. Ja nyt sitten tähän mielen ja kuntoutuksen taloon ja sen suunnittelujänne on ollut meikäläisittäin aika pitkä ja se alkoi jo ennen kuin mäkin tulin tähän hankkeeseen ja tähän hankekokonaisuuteen mukaan. Ja siihen nyt sitten liittyy tämä Moision psykiatrisen sairaalan poisjääminen ja toimintojen muuttaminen tuonne keskussairaalakampukselle. Ja kyllähän tuota kuvaa kun katsoo, niin aika niin kuin kaihoinen olo tulee, että kyllä se niin hieno on. 1927 rakennettu, Axel Mörne arkkitehtina ja 545 paikkaa 1960-luvulla. Ja tänä päivänä on 10% siitä, eli taitaa olla aika tasa 54 paikkaa, niin ymmärrätte, että ei oikein niin kuin mätsää, että jos puhutaan siitä tehokkuudesta ja tuottavuudesta, niin kyllä tuolla henkilökunta aika paljon haahuilee noissa tiloissa, kun on noin valtavat tilat ja pieni potilasmäärä. No sekään ei sitten vielä ole se syy, miksi tuolta pois. Et tietenkin tämä kansallinen linjaus, että psykiatria kuuluu siihen, mihin kuuluu muutkin sairaudet ja pitää olla siellä somatiikan yhteydessä. Ja sitten tässä olisi ollut niin valtavat nämä remonttikustannukset, laskettiin, että noin 46 miljoonaa olisi pitänyt laittaa tuohon remonttiin ja silti ei olisi saatu sitä nykyaikaista toimintaa tukevia tiloja. Tämä historia on aivan valtava. Täällä on sairaalamuseo, jos haluatte, niin voitte katsoa. Se on nyt virtuaalimuseona, koska meillä ei ollut tiloja sitten siirtää sitä museota ainakaan toistaiseksi muualla. Täällä on mielenkiintoisia yksityiskohtia, muun muassa teollisuusterapiakeskus, rakennettu 67 ja siellä on ollut 60 työntekijälle, siis sairaalan potilaalle, työpaikka, puu, elektroniikka ja kokoomatöitä. Ovat tehneet alihankintaa osastoille. Ja sitä ennen niin täällä on ollut maanviljelyksiä ja potilaat on ollut raskaassa maanviljelystyössä. 1960-luvulla potilaat alkoi sanomaan, että me tehdään raskaita töitä kotona, että me ollaan tultu tänne hoitoon. Ja sitten alkoi tämä kevyempi työ, eli rakennettiin muun muassa tämä teollisuusterapiakeskus. Mielenkiintoista historiaa. omavarainen on ollut. Ja siellä on viljelty tupakkaa. Vuonna 1932 280 kiloa oli kessua tuolta pelloilta saatu satoa. No joo, 2010 sitten alkoi olla jo, tai olikin hyvin selkeää se, että sieltä pois ja tänne keskussairaalan yhteyteen. Ja silloin kustannusarvion näette tuossa, mutta se sitten kariutui siihen, että tähän kaavaprosessiin ja näihin tässä oli 2 eri tontinomistajaa, niin niihin ongelmiin. Ja sitten tämä asia hautautuikin aika pitkäksi aikaa. No sitten 2015 hyväksyttiin tämän koko hankesuunnitelma, sen nimi on ESPER, tämä koko hankesuunnitelma. Ja silloin ajateltiin, että tässä vanhassa sotasairaalassa vuodelta 1934, että tämäpä on oiva paikka niin kuin psykiatrialle. Ja sitä kesti sitten aikansa sitä ajattelua, se oli vähän semmoista pakkoajattelua, että tolle suojelulle rakennukselle pitää saada jotain käyttöä ja sitten nämä meidän väistöt, ne on niin monimutkaisia, niin tämä psykiatrian siirtyminen jäi viimeiseksi ja tämä sitten oli oikeastaan ainut mitä jäi käteen, että täällä se voisi olla. No sitten otettiin niin kuin järki käteen ja ymmärrettiin, että eihän tuommoiseen kapeeseen runkoon saa niin kuin modernia nykyaikaista niin kuin psykiatriaa tuotua. No sitten siinä arkkitehtisuunnittelussa oli monia vaiheita. Vanhan rakennusmassan kylkeen tehtiin tämmöisiä siipiä. Ja 43 miljoonaa oli se, luovuttiin ennen kaikkea siksi, että katsottiin, että se on riskialtista, että se vanha rakennusmassa jää sinne sisään. Mä katsoin tuossa aamun luennoilla, oli jostakin Keski-Euroopasta, että oli vanha ja uusi niin kuin rinnakkain, oli hyvän näköinen, mutta tässä ne olisi ollut ihan sisäkkäin, että ei ole ehkä ihan sama asia. No sitten 2018 innostuttiin oikein ja suunniteltiin, että puretaan 60-luvun rakennus kokonaan pois ja tehdään siihen niin iso rakennus, että siihen mahtuu kaikki käyttäjien toiveet. Ja siitä tuli sitten tämmöinen 87 miljoonaa euroa. Käytiin ministeriössäkin, mutta ne vähän niin kuin sanoi, että ehkä teidän kannattaa mennä kotiin ja miettiä vielä kerran ajatellen teidän niin kuin taloudellista kantokykyä. Ja niinhän me ajateltiin ja 2018 sitten niin mentiin tämän maagisen Pirttiniemen kadun yli. Oli ollut koko ajan, että ei muuten sitten ei lähetä tänne ei saa lähteä tämä rakennushanke lapasesta, että se pitää pysyä siinä keskussairaalakampuksella, mutta sitten tuli, että meillä ei ole oikeastaan mitään muita järkeviä vaihtoehtoja ja tuohon sitä sitten lähdettiin suunnittelemaan. Meillä on koko tämä 8 vuotta ollut samat suunnittelijat tässä näin. Että se on ollut hirveän hyvä ja iso asia. Raamiarkkitehdit ja arkkitehdit Kontukoski Oy on ollut meidän pääsuunnittelutoimisto. No 20 oli sitten hyvinkin vilkas, että kaava saatiin tosi mukavasti eteenpäin poikkeuslupaministeriöltä, tonttikaupat onnistu, saatiin Mikkelin kaupungilta rakennuslupa. Sitten heinäkuun helteillä urakka-asiakirjat valmiiksi ja kesällä kilpailutus ja kilpailutettu hinta 41,2 miljoonaa euroa. Ja siitä sitten muutama kuukausi niin valtuusto teki rakentamispäätöksen. Tässä näkyy vähän, tämä on itse asiassa ei kuvan sitä, minkälaiseksi se tulee. Tässä on hyvin paljon puurimaa, itse asiassa 5 kilometriä. Ja siitä sitten luovuttiin ne palkit. Olisi ollut vaikea kiinnittää tuohon julkisivurakenteeseen ja aika kallis ratkaisu ja myöskin, että mistä se puu sitten olisi tullut ulkomailta. vai suomalaista paistettua puuta, sitä meillä Mikkelissäkin tuotetaan, mutta ennen kaikkea se kiinnitys sitten alkoi tuntumaan ja tehtiin kokeita, niin siitä luovuttiin ja nyt on rimotuksen asemasta sitten tulee graafinen betoni tänne IV-kerrokseen ja sitten tähän kivijalan tuntumaan. No, tämä kuva näyttää sen, että tässä on niin kuin kerrostaloja ja se, että me tuodaan psykiatria, päihdepalvelut, siellä on myös kriminaalipsykiatria, niin siinä oltiin aika varovaisia ja vähän mietittiin kyllä niitä tilaisuuksia etukäteen, kun kutsuttiin naapureita kuulemaan ja esiteltiin tätä hanketta, mutta ihme kyllä, niin kukaan ei laittanut vastaan. Et ainoastaan se melu ja tärinä, mikä sitten tuosta työmaasta tulee, niin siinä jouduttiin vähän sitten kellonaikoja ja iltaa ja yötä miettimään heidän kanssaan, mutta tämä psykiatrian siirto ei aiheuttanut heille ongelmaa. Tämä on ollut, meidän rakennustöiden valvoja sanoi, että tämä on ollut 7-numeroinen luku, etu siis meille, että sattumoisin tuossa oli semmoinen kiinteistö, joka me saatiin vuokralle, saatiin siihen työmaaparakit noin lähelle työmaata. Meillä ei olisi ollut mitään tilaa täällä jo rakennetussa sairaalassa. Ja ennen kaikkea se, että nyt kun on näiden tavaratoimitusten kanssa ongelmaa, niin ollaan pystytty varastoimaan tavaraa tuonne tilaan. Ja sillä tavalla meillä näyttäisi silleen, että ei tule ongelmaa enää tässä loppuvaiheessakaan. Mutta tosi lyhyt matka, noin 100 työntekijää on tälläkin hetkellä tuolla, niin mennä sitten tuosta työmaalle. Joo, ennakoivia töitä tehtiin ja väestönsuojan rakentaminen ennakko oli yksi semmoinen hyvä innovaatio, koska mentiin talvea kohden, olisi pitänyt valaa massiiviset valut talvella ja sitten ollaan niin kuin Vilkkaan Mannerheimintien ja Vilkkaan Porrassalmen kadun välissä, niin logistisesti tämä väestösuojan rakentaminen ennakko oli erittäin hyvä ratkaisu ja säästi kustannuksissa. Kiitos siitä meidän rakennustöiden valvojalle Sitovaisilta. Me ollaan, niin kuin mä sanoin, niin saatu urakoita Etelä-Savoon ja tässä on isä ja poika Suutarinen, joka on tässä pääurakoitsijana. Heillä on omaa betonituotantoa. Tässä on meidän pientä projektiryhmää, paitsi tuolla on kuntayhtymän johtaja, hallituksen puheenjohtaja, rakennustoimikunnan puheenjohtaja, mutta tila- ja tukipalvelujohtaja Veli-Matti Tuure on projektinjohtaja, minä olen niin kuin hankejohtaja, vastaan tästä yleishallinnosta ja toiminnallisesta suunnittelusta. Tässä on Pasi Piispa, joka on meidän rakennustöiden valvoja tuolta Sitovaisilta, joka käytännössä niin kuin nyt pyörittää tätä suunnittelukoordinaattori Emma Pukkila ja sähkötöiden valvoja. Et meitä on semmoinen 5-6 henkilöä tässä ringissä tiimissä mukana. Ja muitakin urakoitsijoita on Mikkelistä. Ja tässä näkyy, mitä se talo sitten pitää sisällään, palliatiivinen yksikkö, aikuisten osastot, aikuisten avopalvelut, vaativa neurologinen ja ortopedinen kuntoutus, nuorten psykiatrinen avo- ja osastohoito, sitten nämä koulut, alakoulu ja yläkoulu ja niiden välissä lastenpsykiatrinen päiväosasto. Ja toisesta suunnasta katsottuna, niin pääsisäänkäynti tässä, jos nyt jotain tekisi toisin, mutta tämä tontti ei ehkä mahdollistaisi kuitenkaan, niin tämä on ehkä hankala ratkaisu. Eli tuonne ajetaan autolla, tuolla käännytään autolla, eli siellä on lämmin kellarikerros, lämmin ykköskerros ja 2 lämpimän kerroksen välissä on avonainen tila ja se on ilmeisesti niin kuin katsottu, että se on aika haasteellinen, mutta sitten tämän kerroskorkeus, koko tämän pohjakerroksen korkeus on metri korkeampi, koska sinne pitää päästä autolla ajamaan. Eli koko tuo pitkä rakennus on niin kuin metrin korkeampi tuon saattopiharatkaisun takia. Kuntoutuspiha, kun katsoo sitä Moision ympäristöä, niin sitten tässä on tämän sairaalan kuntoutuspiha, niin kyllä mä ymmärrän hyvin sen kritiikin, että mikä liittyy siihen. Tullaan niistä luonnonkauniista ympäristöistä sitten tänne. Joo. Ja tunneli tulee sitten alikulku tuonne pääsairaalaan. Tässä on meidän monitoimijapäivystys, eli psykiatrisia potilaita tuodaan sitten saatettuna tunnelin kautta. Voidaan myöskin ambulanssilla tuoda tänne logistiikkapihan kautta ja sitten vaikka turvasoluun, jos tarvetta on. Tällä kellarikerroksessa on kuntoilutilat ja myöskin tuo terapia-allas. Tämä kouluasia tuli ihan viime metreillä. Joskus kannattaa niin kuin myöskin hyväksyä suunnittelun muutoksia. Ei ollut hoksattu aikaisemmin, että kyllä me saadaan se tänne, me saatiin se tänne mahtumaan ja musta tuntuu, että tästä tulee hirveän hyvä kombinaatio, että siinä on se yläkoulu, alakoulu, siinä on nuorisopsykiatrian vastaanotto-osasto, lastenpsykiatrian päiväosasto ja kaikki ne niin kuin voi toimia yhdessä. Ja aikuispsykiatria, niin siinä nyt keskeistä on tämä paikkojen väheneminen 545, nyt 54. Tai nykyisin 64, suunniteltu 54, ja totakin ehkä pidetään vähän liian korkeana. Avopalvelut, siellä nyt on peruspalvelut ja erityispalvelut, niin mielenterveyspsykiatria kuin sitten päihdepalvelut. Palliatiivinen keskus, se on jännä kombinaatio, siellä on psykiatriaa, vaativaa kuntoutusta ja palliatiivista keskusta. Niille ei ole oikeastaan kauhean paljon yhteistä muuta kuin se, että potilaat on hoidossa keskimäärin pidemmän aikaa. Suunnittelussa on paljon kuitenkin tähdätty siihen, että me tehdään geneerisiä, me mietitään kaikkien näiden kohderyhmien niin kuin osastorutiinit, yritetään hyvin samanlaista miettiä. Osastopaikkoja palliatiivisia 15 ja siellä on myöskin sitten palliatiivinen vastaanotto ja kipuvastaanotto yhdistetty ja palliatiivinen päiväsairaala on mietinnässä. Ei olla ihan varmoja vielä, että toteutuuko. Sinne tulee sitten eteläsavolaisia luontokuvia tapeteiksi. Tämä terapia-allas on yksi sellainen, josta niin kuin, jos rakennusvalvolta kysyi, niin hän sanoisi, että tätä ei olisi kannattanut, kuulkaa nyt, rakentaa. Että olisitte säästänyt 3 miljoonaa euroa, jos tämä olisi jäänyt pois. Tämän kustannukset on noin 1,2 miljoonaa euroa, siis tämän tilan, mutta tämä menee 3 metriä syvemmälle tämän rakenteet, kun tuon kellarikerroksen rakenteet, se menee alle pohjaveden. Ja siinä on ollut miettimistä, että miten viemäröinnit, pohjavedet, sadevedet saa. Mä en niistä niin ymmärrä, mä oon sairaanhoitajataustainen, mutta kuitenkin tämä on ollut haasteellinen, mutta meidän niin kuin kuntoutusylilääkärit ja muut uskoo, että tämä vesiterapia tekee ihmeitä mä nyt vaan sitten toivon, ja me kaikki toivotaan, että sitä käytetään yötä päivää. Suunnitteluohjauksesta muutama sana aika rientää. Me auditoitiin tämä mielenterveys- ja päihdeosuus. Ja sieltä tuli tuloksena, kyllä paikat riittää, teillä on ehkä vähän liikaakin, olette aivan liian laitospainotteisia. Ja tuo oppi, että psykiatria tulee nähdä avohoitona, jota tuetaan osastohoidolla. Mun mielestä se on aika semmoinen kantava ajatus. Sitten Sweco PM on ollut tässä käyttäjäsuunnittelun tukena, ollut tosi tärkeää, että tulee joku ulkopuolinen objektiivinen ihminen, joka ei ole niin tunteenomaisesti suhtaudu kaikkiin niihin vaatimuksiin, mitä psykiatriassakin niin kuin esitetään, ja ollaan päästy niin kuin vähän sellaisen geneerisempään toimintamalliin, että joku ulkopuolelta sanoo asioita. Suomen Control-tiimi oli suunnittelijoiden ohjaaja, koordinointi, kustannuslaskenta, mutta tuossa toteutussuunnitteluvaiheen jälkeen niin otettiin omiin käsiin tämä niin kuin rakennuttamistehtävät. Et meidän tila- ja tukipalvelujohtaja on niin kuin projektinjohtajana oman työn ohella. Ja tuo otsikko rakennusaikainen suunnittelu, sellaista ei pitäisi olla uudisrakennuksessa, koska silloinhan olisi pitänyt jo suunnitella, mutta meille kyllä jäi suunnitelmiin ristiriitaisuuksia vielä sen toteutussuunnitteluvaiheenkin jälkeen. Niitä ei ehditty kaikkia käydä läpi, ja kyllä siellä on niin kuin jatkuvasti tehdään tiettyä suunnittelua, ja se on tuo piispan Pasi tuolta Sitovaisilta. No tämä viihtyvyys, se on ennaltaehkäisyä, se on sitä hyteä, hyvinvoinnin ja terveyden edistämistä, ja siihen kuuluu taide. Meille tulee oma kuosi, meillä on taiteilijatyöryhmä. Sitten tätä eteläsavolaista maisemaa on tunnusmaisemina eri kerroksista, ja otin tämän kuvan, koska asun tässä kilometrin päässä Astuvansalmen maalauksilta. Se on ensimmäisen kerroksen niin kuin tunnusmaisema. Meidän valinta on kumimatto. Meillä on tähän mennessä 15 500 neliötä kumia matoissa. Ja me saatiin tuossa pari viikkoa sitten tämmöinen CNF-sertifikaatti. Vähentää noin 285 000 oli tämä Apex, en tiedä siitä sen enempää, mutta kansallinen toimija, joka arvioi näitä hiilidioksidiasioita, että tuolla tonnimäärällä olisi nämä kumimatot verrattuna muuhun materiaaliin niin vähentänyt hiilidioksidikuormitusta vastaan aika monta autolaa jo kilometriä. Tietojärjestelmistä moni toimittaja täällä onkin esillä, näette tuossa. Kyllähän meitä harmittaa, että Aster ei toteutunut ja ollaan niin kuin uudelleen orientoitumisen edessä, että ketkä lähtis kimppaan, että lähettäisiin niin kuin uudella yrityksellä. Ihan tällä tietojärjestelmällä ei pärjätä. Tämä on potilas, joka on tullut hoitoon 1941 ja tässä on vuoden 1943 marraskuu, joulukuu 1944. Näkee, hän on laihtunut 54 kiloa, tuolla on 38,5 kiloa. Hän on hyvin äänekäs, hän on tehnyt siivoustöitä joka päivä. Välillä hän on ollut vastahakoinen, välillä hän on sylkenyt lattialle. Tämä on kuin ristipistotyö tai joku tämmöinen koodaus, mutta ehkä tästä potilastietojärjestelmästä niin kuin pitää päästä eteenpäin. Kustannukset mä kävinkin läpi, melko maltillinen neliöhinta, kertokaa jos pääsette parempaan. Tällä investoinnilla ei menoja pystytä leikkaamaan, mutta hillitsemään kasvua 3,4 miljoonaa euroa me ollaan laskettu, että meidän säästöpotentiaali olisi. Ja siinä keskeistä on tämä logistiset säästöt, kun keskitetään kaikki samalle kampukselle. Nyt ne on siellä 6 kilometrin päässä ja niin edelleen. Osastopaikkojen vähentäminen, ostopalveluiden vähentäminen. Ja tietenkin se, että saadaan tätä toiminnallista integraatiota, sujuvampia palveluketjuja ja myöskin se, että meidän henkilökunta, meidän potilaat voi niissä tiloissa hyvin, niin se lisää myöskin tuottavuutta. Siinä on tuommoisia ajattelumalleja. Nyt olisi ihan lopuksi tässä niin minuutin video siitä, miten tämä rakennus nousi. taitaa olla jo vähän kertaustakin, mutta tässä nyt on ollut niin kuin talvi 20, talvi 21 ja talvi 22. Ja kapea pitkä tontti. Arkkitehti kivasti sai sen lohkottua tolleen 3 osaan, että se avautuu niin kuin paremmin ympäristönsä ja se ei näytä niin möhkäleeltä. Tuossa ollaan jo viime kesässä ja aika pian ollaan niin kuin tässä päivässä. IV-konehuonekerros on aika massiivinen. Siihen tulee sitten sitä graafista betonia tuomaan siihen vähän koreutta. Ja sitten mä laitan tuon kiitosdian vielä tuolta, niin siinä on teille niin meillä on sitten tämä 2 sairaalan malli. Meidän pitää tämä Savonlinnan keskussairaala ja Mikkelin keskussairaala, sielläkin on uusia tiloja, niin vielä integroida yhteen, mutta tervetuloa Etelä-Savoon ja jos haluatte tutustua mielen- ja kuntoutuksen taloon, niin 9.12. niin se käyttöön otetaan ja sitten potilaat ja oppilaat ja koululaiset ja opettajat alkaa muuttaa tammikuussa, että siinä sitten joulukuussa voitaisiin ottaa esimerkiksi vastaan, kun vielä potilaita ei ole tullut, mutta kiitos.
Kiitos Pirjo tosi paljon. Aplodit. Siirrytään tauolle seuraavaksi ja tavataan sitten joko tässä ohjelmalinjassa tai tuo toisaalla, niin aiheena on täällä World's Greenest Hospital ja siitä kuullaan kello 14.55 lähtien lisää. Kiitos. Tervetuloa tauolta takaisin ja täällä alkaa puheet nyt ei ole vähenemään, mutta on ollut kyllä tosi mielenkiintoinen päivä ja nyt on toisiksi viimeinen puhe sitten kohta, jonka jälkeen vielä paneeli. Vaihdetaan englanniksi and let's welcome Daniel Eriksson. Please come to the stage. You're the CEO, Nordic Center for Sustainable Healthcare. And your topic today is something I even don't try to pronounce. Let's see later. The world's greenest hospital.
Yes,
The stage
thank
is
you very
yours.
much. That is one of the things I will be talking about today. Thank you very much and for inviting me here to Helsinki. Always a pleasure to be here. I represent an organization called TEM. It's a self-funded foundation founded by Lund University and a couple of municipalities back in the 80s. And we work with sustainability in a wide range in many countries around the world. We run 2 different networks, and I will talk about Nordic Center for Sustainable Healthcare today. Nordic Center for Sustainable Healthcare is a network we started 6 years ago. By me personally, I've been working with healthcare and sustainability for over 20 years. I started out at a university hospital as an environmental coordinator for 5-6 years. But then we saw the market gap when I started at TEM and the demand. We had a lot of contacts around the world and the demand for Nordic sustainable healthcare. So for many years we had the different delegations around the world where we worked with clean tech solutions for healthcare. And around 6 years ago, it was getting so big, so we formed this network, Nordic Center for Sustainable Healthcare. We had a kick-off meeting, and we hoped that someone from Denmark would join, so we can call it Nordic, so it wouldn't be just a Swedish network. But from start, we had 17 countries, I think, came to the kickoff. We had to change facilities because the global interest for Nordic sustainable healthcare is so big. And we are considered to be world leaders in this, the Nordic countries, together with Netherlands. And if you're looking at the global boom now, where everyone is talking about healthcare sustainability, we get calls from New Zealand's Prime Minister. She wants sustainable healthcare to be like the starting point for New Zealand after COVID. We have discussions in India that's going to build, I don't know how many thousand hospitals next year, and they want them to be green. And they turn their eyes to the Nordics because we have this great reputation when it comes to this. And we do. Just for info, when we started Nordic Center, we had no funds at all. So the logo, I made it myself by Googling on Google how to create logo online for free. And we came up with it. But now we're keeping it. But it was cost exactly 0 kronor. The network today consists of members from over 20 countries today, and some of them from Finland. I said to my colleagues, we have a little weak representations of Finland. So my objective here today is to bring in at least 3 new Finnish members in the network. But we have, you see some of them, some hospitals here from Finland, and we have Business Finland and so on. As you see, we try to get all the stakeholders on board on the same page. We have universities, we have regions, companies, and all the stakeholders involved in this. And what are we trying to do within healthcare sustainability? This is our goal, what we're trying to do, and this is maybe what I'm doing today, raise the awareness of sustainable healthcare. Get more people to know what it is and the benefits of it, and the need for healthcare to work more actively with sustainability and environmental questions. I don't have that slide today, but there is a comparison. If you're looking at the aviation industry, for example, it's like 3% of the CO2 emissions globally. If you're looking at healthcare, it's around 4, 5, 6%, depending on what survey or what report you're looking at. But around twice as much as the aviation industry. And we're talking a lot about that, but not. And then if you add into the healthcare industry, we have all the problems with pharmaceuticals in the environment. We have the supply chain problems with people actually getting injured working, supplying the healthcare industry in the Nordics. All those things we need to address. But we also want to boost innovations and investments in sustainable healthcare. And even if the Nordics are quite good at this, there are a need for new innovations in this field. Companies coming up with new solutions to problems we have. I had a discussion once, not long ago, with Danish Technical University, and we said, well, I can name 50 problems in healthcare within sustainability that we need research on now. That we need something to formaldehyde. Can we get something else, for example? There are many of these topics that need new innovations, needs research. We also need investments in this. We need to see this as a new business or a business area that attracts investment capital, basically, to get in investments into the sector. Then we can sit around and say that the Nordics are the best all the time and world leading. We also need to acknowledge that there are solutions in other countries that needs to come to the Nordic countries, of course. We are not best in anything. We are not best in everything, of course. So we want to bring the best solutions in the world to the Nordics, but we also want to bring Nordic solutions and knowledge to the world. Many years ago, I was at a big conference, CleanMed. We had that conference here but in Malmö a few years later, but this was in Phoenix. It was 900 people in the US working with sustainability. And every presenter that was on stage said something about the Nordics. In the Nordics, they're already doing this, and in Sweden, they're this, and they were even saying things that were not true. I had to raise my hand and said, no, we are not that good. And then when we went out to the exhibition floor, there were 100 not so sustainable American companies looking into selling not so sustainable solutions. And we asked, why are not the Nordic countries here? Why are not the Nordic companies here? And why are we not acknowledging the doors are wide open? So we want to deliver Nordic solutions and knowledge to the world, and we do that. Some examples, we have a delegation to Poland in 2 weeks. We will do a bigger thing in northern Italy in the end of June. We have a delegation to Toronto in September. We're going to do something in India. And we have done many of those different delegations. We bring people working at Nordic hospitals with the expert knowledge together with Nordic solution providers. It's quite a winning concept. This is some examples of things we do, and we have done several events here in Helsinki as well the last year. This is one example we did together with Yale towards 500 hospital managers in the US. This is a delegation in Quebec, Canada, where 100 hospitals showed up to listen to just Nordic sustainable healthcare. That was the topic, nothing more. So the interest is big, and we're trying to meet it as good as we can. But we see sustainable healthcare, we must see sustainable healthcare in a different view than we have seen. We have definitions, and this is a shortcut of a 3-day training I have, so only 15-20 minutes here. But we see sustainable healthcare as a new industry. It's not the old industry, it's not clean tech, it's not life science, med tech, it's a new industry. But it's also a new research field that is multidisciplinary, and it's not medical faculty or the technical faculty, or no one owns the topic. It's truly multidisciplinary. And also a new innovation area where new companies come today and don't identify themselves in these old silos that we are used to. This is from an article I wrote with Politecnico di Torino, but this is our little overview of the stakeholders involved in sustainable healthcare. And this is so complex. as you can see. There are so many. This is just one overview. You can make it much more complex. So the question is, how do you bring in sustainability in this multi-area with different other? We need to look at the health providers, the healthcare industries, the patients. We need to look at the university hospitals, but regional and national authorities, and all these stakeholders need to be involved in different ways. And we try to see this as a more horizontal view than these old silos as we discussed before. So sustainable healthcare is not life science, it's life science with good environmental performance, maybe. It's not medtech, it's medtech with good environmental performance. It's not clean tech, it's clean tech with solutions for hospitals and healthcare that meet the standards in hospitals and healthcare, basically. And the good thing, if you're looking at the clean tech sector, if it's good enough for the hospitals, it's probably good enough for the rest of the markets also, if you're looking at, for example, ventilation and those kinds of things. It's the food industry, if you're looking at more smart, locally produced organic food, for example, it's ICT and so on. And many of the companies and the solutions needed at hospitals don't target a specific one of those silos. It targets many. We have one company, a couple of companies that provide solutions for nitrous oxide destruction. It's an old technology in Sweden. All hospitals have it. 1 kilo of nitrous oxide equals to 320 kilos of CO2. And of course, it's on the maternity wards and so on. We have a huge impact from that. But there is technology to get rid of it, and it's a couple of companies. And this was those companies are sprung out of the legislations and the needs from the hospitals, and there comes innovations, and someone provides the solutions. But if you're looking at those kind of companies, they are not clean tech. Some will say they are more med tech. They are linked, there are also ICT. So those new innovations, new companies don't identify to these old silos. So we see this as horizontal. This you can also add if you're looking at university, for example, and put this as faculties or something. This is horizontal, not vertical, so to say. The stakeholders need to be on board. This is also one thing we discussed when we started Nordic Center, because there are, of course, networks and people working together. And we want to get all the stakeholders on board. There are many networks of clean tech companies or med tech companies sitting and discussing together. There are different organizations with hospitals or procurers at hospitals sitting and discussing together and in their own little bubble. So we have all these small bubbles where people are sitting and discussing and complaining about the other bubbles. And we decided we bring all of them on board. We're bringing aboard the state agencies that need to can fund projects, but also legislative and so on. We need to bring in the private healthcare, the public healthcare, universities and research organizations. We need to bring in NGOs that are very non-governmental organizations that are very, very important if you're outside Sweden and outside Finland. The Nordic countries don't have the same tradition of non-governmental organizations as they have in the UK and the US, for example. So we need to bring all this together. Another problem, if we're looking at this, and this actually applies also between Sweden and Finland and also Denmark, that a lot of the progress we do at the hospitals, because I said we are quite good at this, is written maybe in Finnish in some hospital's annual report, and it's not accessible to anyone. It's not accessible to me. We write our things in Sweden in some annual report in Swedish that maybe the Norwegians can read, but definitely not UK. So if you Google sustainable and healthcare and sustainability in healthcare, you get a lot of hits from UK and US because of the language advantage, to get the impression that they are doing very good, but they're not. They're 20 years behind us. So this idea with this Nordic Know-how series, and I think we're up to #7 now on district heating and healthcare, is to get those good examples from Nordic hospitals that are written in Finnish and Norwegian and Danish and Swedish, and get them into a common language, English, that is Googleable, so we can actually see all the good things we're doing. And these are accessible on our webpage. And if you have an idea on the next hashtag, I think #8 will be on cooling, But #9 is open for discussion if you have something you think we should address. We do a lot of other different reports, and you can find them all online. And you see the variety of the topic of healthcare sustainability. This is in Swedish, this is a guideline on sustainability for small and medium-sized medtech companies. This is a Nordic innovation project on greener textiles. Up to the left is the Nordic white paper on sustainable healthcare that we did for the Nordic Ministry Council. And good to know is that we were in the Nordic Export Task Force, and sustainable and innovative hospital is the #1 stronghold for healthcare in the Nordics, according to Nordic Ministry Council. I made them write it, but still, it's the #1 stronghold of the Nordic. That means that there will be a lot of focus on funding and projects, etc., that will be linked to that, hopefully. This you have all seen in different settings, the global 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And this model was made of WHO to put the #3 goal, good health and well-being, in the middle, and actually linking them to all the other goals. So if you're looking at the healthcare industry, hospitals, regions are crucial for reaching all the other 16 goals in different ways. They are very, very strong linked to this, the other goals. We did a project with Business Region Gothenburg where we tried to address this a little bit more, and I won't go to detail into this, but we're trying to divide the healthcare industry into life science segment, care management, and global challenges, and also linking all those 17 global goals with the different parts of the healthcare industry. And as you can see, there is a lot of green here, and this is basically 1, 2, 3, 4, where dark green is a very strong correspondence. And that means that these different industries in healthcare have a strong influence on these different goals. But if you're looking at the other hand, from the other way, this also means that there is open for different types of funding. If you go to municipalities or to Business Finland or to the EU, that you actually can go on the other hand. EU wants us to work on goal #10. Yeah, it fits us right well. If you're looking directly into EU, we did that, the new European Green Deal. Because I said before that one of the key issues here is funding. We need to have finance for the hospital to work with green solutions. We need to have investments in companies so they can develop new innovations, etc. And the EU is launching the new European Green Deal, and that everyone is like, focus on clean tech and energy and so on, doesn't relate to healthcare, but it does. So we did this comparisons as well, and I'm going to jump down here. If you see here, for example, sustainable industry, there will be billions and billions coming out of EU on sustainable industry. So you're working with digital health, food tech, industrial biotech, medical equipment, diagnostics, pharmaceuticals, for example. There are strong connections with strong funds. So you can just dig into those in our webpage. This Nordic Center is growing. We get more and more questions from all over the world, and we try to answer them, but eventually it was too much, so we created an online fictive hospital called Grønköpinget, world's greenest hospital. Now we're going to have a little language trading here. Is anyone from Denmark? Can anyone say green in Danish? Grøn. Can you say grøn? Yeah, sounds very harsh. You know, the Danes, it's very hard to understand them. I live close to Copenhagen, it's very hard. But if you add an N to it, then you get grøn. It's Norwegian, it sounds very, very happy. You hear it, it's more. And then you have here, as they say, not us in Söder, but you know, in Stockholm they say Köping. So, can you say it? Köping. Yeah, you have to say it like this also. Yeah. And then you have key, that is for real, you know, from Helsinki. Yeah. And then we have the Icelandic letter. It's very the. So Grønköpinget is the name of the hospital, and it's fictive. And everyone says, well, we can pronounce that name. No, it's the point. It's a marketing nightmare. We have created this world's greenest hospital, and the idea is to pinpoint all those good solutions that are already existing on the Nordic hospitals today. So eventually, when this fictive hospital, designed by Link Architecture, 2025, will be up and running, we will have around 100 different solutions that already exist, that are on the Nordic market. You can go to a hospital and see it for real. So the focus here is basically on impact. What is the solution doing? Where is it? Where can I go and see it? Okay, I need more information. You can read a little bit more, but it's very short information on the solution, and you see the impact, and then you can also see where to contact to see this. And this has just been launched, and we are currently working with a Mediterranean version, together with partners in Italy. It will be called Verdandi University Hospital. So I have an architecture contest in Italy to have sustainable solutions for a Mediterranean market. For example, they have a lot of natural gas. We don't in the Nordics, so that's why we don't have any energy efficient solutions for natural gas, for example. So there are a bit different settings. We have discussions with India to make an Indian version. They want to call it Green Metro Hospital. I think it sounds nice. And also with Canada for a Canadian version. And eventually, we will lift, we have the world's greenest city.org as well. So Grønköping City will also be designed in the near future with only Nordic solutions that are on the market and are installed somewhere and actually works. And the main idea with this is that climate change and sustainability and these things are happening quite fast, and we can't reinvent the wheel everywhere in the world. So we must build new knowledge on old knowledge. And we have a lot to give in this topic from the Nordics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Really interesting. Clearly a new field and a platform for different information exchanging. I want to ask now Leena to join us on the stage, and Doug, please. Leena, Sustainability Director of the Hospital District of Southwest Finland. Please welcome.
Thank you.
Maybe a small applause, and for Doug as well. Hello, Doug. Nordic Sustainability Manager, Target. And welcome. Just as a quick introduction here, this is obviously a huge topic, and the healthcare sector, if it was a country, it would be the 5th largest emitter on the planet. So it's really important to talk about it, and I wanted to ask you, Daniel, do you think there is among the Nordic countries, is there a clear leader?
Yeah, Sweden maybe?
Sweden?
I don't know if...
Yes.
No, but the Nordic countries are, if you're looking at Sweden, Denmark is coming very fast. They're building many new hospitals and have the whole planning process. It was supposed to be green hospitals in Denmark, and they want it to be a leverage for clean tech export, and these are things are spoken out by government. Norway have a different situation where they have state healthcare. That means that they can make decisions for the whole. They have like a law that say that every hospital in Norway should be in ISO 14001 certified, for example, and they can do procurement. Finland is also coming strong. I think you have a very strong life science sector that could be a really, really good contributor to that. So I think that no one is leading, but combined, we are a very strong global player.
Mm. That's a good point. And why do you all think hospitals and the healthcare sector play such an important role in tackling the climate crisis, or maybe the global crisis? Who knows?
I think it's for ethical purposes, at least, because healthcare is supposed to help people suffering and with health problems. So when we know that climate change is going to cause suffering and health problems, so there's an ethical reason to fight against climate change.
I think also that, I mean, you mentioned that it would be the 5th biggest emitter if it was a country. So of course it's a sector that emits a lot. And if you're looking at the part that I represent, I mean the buildings, I've heard a number that basically every 10th building in Finland is in some way related to healthcare. And also the construction sector and building sector is also a sector that emits a lot. So that combination, if we can also do something about the buildings, and this is also long-term solutions that need to be wisely thought, is also an important part why healthcare has a role to play.
Mm-hmm. And Leena, could you maybe explain us where do we stand at the moment in Finland? Or where should we stand?
Okay. I know that many hospitals have put strategic importance on healthcare sustainability and are even making climate pledges, but not all are doing the same thing. We don't actually know what is the case in primary care or social care, but hospitals are certainly working for better input in this. But where should we stand? I think we should stand united. We should stand guided by our government, who has made a huge climate pledge to become carbon neutral in 2035. So where is the social and healthcare sector? Where is our own pledge in general?
So you're doing some work at your hospital, but how is the current situation among the other hospital districts, well-being counties in Finland?
Hospitals are working together. You mentioned procurement. We have an organization that supports with eco-friendly procurement criteria, but we don't actually know how widely they are used. There are certainly connections between hospital building people share best practices, and regarding to waste management, we also have some groups sharing their knowledge.
Yes. And Daniel, would you like to add something to that? Is there something you want to maybe tell us about how you have done it in Sweden and how did you establish
this is a long process, and so we see the stakeholders that need to be involved. And in many cases, if we're doing something in some country somewhere, they want that one person that can tell from hospital overall, and that one person doesn't exist. It's people from procurement, and someone is writing the environmental report, and someone is working with logistics and transportation, and someone is responsible for wastewater, and so it's really a joint effort. But in many cases, it needs to be implemented in the organization as like an everyday business. It's nothing on the side. It's someone doing as a part of their job. That could be anything, basically, at the hospital.
And please.
But I see also a difference between, I mean, how should private companies, for instance, develop, and how should something like hospitals develop? And the big difference is that maybe hospitals in the same way is not exposed to market expectations. On the other hand, they are kind of governed by either the state or region and so on. So the state or the region has a possibility to actually impose things. That is much more difficult on a private company. And as you said, I mean, you have a very ambitious climate plan here. Finland were among the first countries in the world that made a circular strategy for the country. So the government has the vision and the idea, and now the idea they could use, for instance, public procurement as a tool to actually implement these great visions.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think since maybe that applies to all of the Nordic countries, since we are using taxpayers' monies here to fund these huge hospital investments, shouldn't the sustainability be sort of a key priority in the public procurement? Shouldn't it be like that we demand for more?
Absolutely, yes. Public procurement is a good tool to promote sustainability. Unfortunately, it is also very demanding how to set those criteria regarding the quality we need to have, the price we need to have, so the ecological sustainability has been left on the third stage or fourth, what I have experienced.
But I think it's important. I mean, I'm not here to talk about floors, but what we're working very much with circularity, and not as a vision only, but to make, for instance, recycling a reality. And it's not only to save resources, it's to give a great climate reduction or CO2 reduction. And we've picked the low-hanging fruits, but we need to do more, and we need to do a lot of technical investments to make that happen. But to make that happen, we need to have a market, a customer that demands those kind of products.
Yeah.
And it's not enough if one customer asks for that. But if, for instance, the whole Finnish hospital sector could ask for a specific, let's say, products with a high amount of recycled content, or that we need to invest in to do, that will make it much easier for us. We know that there's a customer that is willing to buy these kind of products that we develop and invest in.
Sure, and that can't be one hospital only. It can't even be all hospitals in Finland. It certainly needs a bigger market, and I see European market as such, where we could do more by sharing the procurement criteria or the vision how we see circularity to move forward.
But I think if the Finnish hospitals could set a tough demand, we want all floors to contain at least 30% of recycled material by 2026 or something. We need a couple of years to fix this. Okay. That would be enough for us, and that would be give us an incentive to do these things. And if we succeed, well, it will be our market. It would be great. And if we don't succeed, well, we want that kind of the things to fight for.
But is there enough awareness? I think as a patient or a taxpayer, I would want the hospitals to spend the money on sustainable solutions, and that we don't need to build every 10 years a new building. And
you're quite right. I'm worried about the processes in healthcare, that we waste resources and do not produce the best possible quality or the value for the patient. I see that, well, this social and healthcare reform we are working on at the moment, I see that as an opportunity to reform our processes to be more efficient and bring more value, and be also at the same time more sustainable, that we don't waste the resources we have.
Yeah, and somehow it should always, maybe the requirements for the management level in hospitals also rise. And how do you see? You have succeeded there, but
well, certainly there must be a strategy for the organization to start with. You won't get your resources to do the job if there's not a shared vision. Yes. To become more sustainable. But you can't work your ideas onward without the staff being in collaboration with you. But fortunately, our staff is wanting to become to be able to work more sustainably. So I have strong support from them.
Could you give us any advice how you made it in Sweden?
Yeah, it's a long answer. Yeah, but if you're looking at the Nordic, we did the white paper for the Nordic Minister Council, and we see 5 reasons why the Nordics are quite good this at sustainable healthcare. We're looking at the whole webinars, and the first one is politics, culture, legislation is number 1. We have legislations that made it impossible. You need to do certain things because of legislations in the Nordic countries. So that means you're quite good to begin with. We are politicians, and in some cases at least can do unpleasant decisions compared to French farmers who would burn McDonald's if we don't do that. We listen to it. And also culture. We want to do the right thing. We're a closer relation to nature. The second one is hospitals in the front line. It's hospital, and then it should be on the management board. You need to have a sustainability organizations. You need a procurement. You need to have a management system. You need to have reporting. You need to have statistics. The third one is companies, innovative companies, that meet the demands that the hospital have. all the time when they have new demands. So they're very, very important companies. But there you also need governmental seed money, test beds. You need to have different things to, for companies to innovate. The fourth thing is, what was the fourth thing? The holistic view, I think, was the fifth thing. The fifth was a holistic view that we see. You're discussing circularity, but there is some kind of, if you're looking at Finnish hospital, they're working with chemicals on a pretty high level, on waste on a pretty high, procurement, etc. Looking globally, there is some hospital in France that is world leaders in green roofing, and they go around the world telling how good they are at green roofing, but that might be the only thing they're doing.
Yeah.
So we are working on a high level for everyone. Culture policy, innovative hospitals. I forgot about the fourth thing. Was it fine? I say it was four things. It was not.
Yeah,
fine.
maybe it was four things.
Yeah.
So if Finland set their goal to be carbon neutral in the year of 2035, do you think, Leena, and all of you, what is the role actually of hospitals in reaching the goal? Is it possible?
Yes or no. Yesterday I was thinking about this question, and I calculated that by doing what we presently can do, by using the means we have already at hand, we could decrease our carbon footprint from healthcare about 25-30%. And the rest, the 70%, is much more relying on the infrastructure of the society, what the industry is doing, and what happens globally, because the materials, the medicines, chemicals, instruments we use mostly come from international suppliers, so they need to do the job for us before we can be carbon free.
But you could demand for more for new solutions, isn't it right?
We can, yes.
I think everyone is working with this, and if we're looking at the bigger steps that happened in sustainability in healthcare, one is that no one even noticed. It was digital X-ray. All of a sudden, we got rid of all the chemicals from X-ray and so on. It's a huge. There were tons and tons and tons of. You had the different. I don't know the English name, but ion something in the wastewater to get rid of the silver ions from the process of X-ray and so on. And this happened due to technical development, not because of sustainability, but it's one of the bigger things happen. And all those things will also happen.
My comment is, I mean, it's a philosophical or a technical question if someone can be carbon neutral, but what you're discussing here is that the hospital is not a closed unit. There's really need for the health sector and all the other sectors to collaborate, and I think that's in both ends. I mean, we want to sell floors, but we want to have the old floors back. We even actually collaborated with hospitals in Sweden to see if we can reuse or recycle other materials, for instance, gloves, which is the same material as we use for floors. So we've done some experiments with that. You need to find, or through these kind of collaborations, we're working with water plants in Netherlands to get their chalk residue. They are dehardening the water and they get a residue. We use that as raw material in our products. We get fishing nets from companies taking care of fishermen's old nets and using that as raw material. And it's those kind of collaborations which is kind of unexpected. Why should a floor producer work with a water plant in the Netherlands? So these kind of very open, what do you call it, creative procurement processes and so on, I think is really needed, and we can do much more if we just look a bit over the horizon and try to find these connections.
And I also think it's very important not to look at the hospital and healthcare as like the end station. They can also be, it's very important to be a leverage for sustainable investments in the whole society. And if you're looking at system solutions like district heating or district cooling, if the hospital is the big first customers, then you might be able to build a district heating net in a city that will last for 50 or 60 or 70 years. And that is something we're looking into on many places where the hospital actually generates sustainability for the surrounding area. So we can look at waste management. if you have a big university hospital in a smaller city, that happens sometimes, then the hospital can take a huge part of the waste in the city, actually. If they're starting to work, then there's an incentive to put those measures into the whole city. So it could also be an enabler or a leverage or whatever you call it.
Our new well-being counties are as big as the biggest companies in Finland. So they are huge operators and should carry the responsibility to act as one.
Yes. There was a question from the audience, I think, or from the chat. Where are the biggest CO2 saving potentials? Hospital buildings, operation, material usage, patient transportation, or patient traffic? How do you see?
Energy use in all its forms, to get rid of fossil fuels, to use carbon-free electricity for our purposes. We haven't counted how much patients travel, but it is certainly that the transport and travel carbon footprint is quite big also.
Have you calculated what is the carbon footprint of one hospital bed or one ICU bed in Finland?
We are at the moment we have started just to calculate the Finnish carbon footprint of social and healthcare. It will be ready in August 2023.
Okay.
So you still need to wait for some time. I think this kind of calculation is a bit artificial because you can't compare it to other hospitals, because all hospitals, at least when you go to other countries, they work in a different manner. They use a different kind of energy. So I can't see the best value having from that kind of calculation.
I could give two other perspectives. I mean, hospitals is a very special kind of building because you do a lot of things that is not done in normal houses. But if you look at the climate impact from maintaining or running the building, electricity and heating and so on, compared to the climate impact from actually constructing the building and all the construction materials, it has for many years been, the major part has been heating and electricity and so on. But because of more efficient buildings and insulation and so on, actually now the biggest part is actually the raw materials and the production of concrete and all that stuff in the building. That's on a normal building. And another parallel is if you look at the company like ours, the raw material extraction for the stuff we produce or we make, the actual factories where we make the things, the transports and the end-of-life scenario, where sometimes in the end the floors or whatever you do, well, unfortunately, normally today is incinerated. The biggest sources of emissions, like 3 times bigger than everything else, is raw material extraction, taking out the raw materials to make wooden floors or vinyl floors or whatever, and the end-of-life incineration. So this running our factories, producing the floors or driving the cars around with stuff is not the big part. And this is why recycling is so important for us. If we can stop burning old floors and using it as raw material, we make 2 good things at least and reduce the carbon impact a lot.
Can you maybe give us some examples of other industries here?
I have most examples from us, but as I say, we try to do this in reality. We have we at least one hospital project in Sweden where we collected a couple of thousand square meters of old floors, taking it down to our factory, cleaning off the concrete and adhesive, mix it into new floors, and basically and we've done things like that in Finland as well. We're starting up. I think we collected 9 tons of material last year. Every square meter of floor of the kind of hospital floors that we produce a lot in Sweden, if we can recycle that, we basically reduce the carbon emissions by 10 kilos per square meter. We took back 10,000 square meters from the IKEA shop in Stockholm. 10,000 square meters, that equals a carbon saving of 100 tons. Just to make sure not to send the stuff to incineration or landfill, but take care of it and use it as raw material again.
And the same applies to the plastic we use, usually only single-use plastics, and about half of our total waste amount is plastics. So the raw material the emissions from the raw material to bring us all the plastic stuff we need is huge. and we should start to reuse our instruments again and then recycle our plastic waste.
There are three ways you can look at this. The calculation is, about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 is how we calculate. And if you look at scope 1, it's direct emissions from hospital. And then I would say anesthetic gases and those kinds of things. Maybe better cars, fuel them on biogas or electric cars or those kinds of things. The second one is scope 2, is the things you buy in energy sources. And then you need to work on district heating, district cooling, what energy you buy and so on. But then it comes to scope 3, and that's what you procure. And that's 70 to 80% of the carbon emissions from hospital is what you procure. So of course we need to work with our own cars and biogas and those, but the procurement is a major part. You can look at, when they're looking at the NHS in UK, the biggest emissions they had was from the extraction of, or synthesization, I can say the word, what do you say it in English? Synthesization of pharmaceuticals in India. There you have the biggest emissions for NHS in UK. So it's a global question, the global solutions.
Yes. So the audience wants to hear, is there a big difference in carbon footprint between renovating an old hospital intensively versus demolition and building a new, more efficient hospital? How do you see that? Maybe
I would say one of the biggest bad guys when it comes to houses is concrete and steel. So if you could avoid making new concrete, meaning keeping an old structure, and then you can basically change everything else and you have a better carbon impact than if you need to demolish it and make new concrete. At least what concrete looks like today, and steel as well.
And even better, the next step we see, as we discussed, if you have a country where you expect the healthcare demand to rise 20%, you need to build 20% more buildings or go 20% more digital, so you don't need those 20% more buildings. There you save a lot. That's not building new hospital buildings. That is.
So far, it is cheaper and more efficient to build new hospitals because of the changing processes within the hospital, inside the hospital.
Which is also a matter of cost of raw material versus labor and so on. Labor and have someone taking down this and fixing it again is too expensive, and buy new stuff is too cheap, to make it very simple.
Okay, Lena, I want to return to a few sentences back and talk about how we could. What are the requirements in hospitals for the management level to implement all of this? And could you maybe tell us what was your journey here?
Oh, well, it started with a discussion with our politicians. Is sustainability one of our values? And they said it is. And that was a start for something new. We didn't actually know how to make that happen, but gradually, it meant for me that I moved to become a sustainability director, so I could put my time and energy to study how to do that. And then I found the Nordic Center for Sustainable Healthcare and all the other organizations that have helped me during my journey to make the plan, make the program of sustainability, and now we are working at national level to promote it.
Yes. And the awareness of the citizens and the patients, how do you see that? Could we do somehow more in this field?
That's a very good question, because so far I haven't been in a discussion with what our patients need from our sustainability. But I believe our politicians they speak for the people. So not all, but many Finnish political parties have sustainability on top of their political priorities. So I believe that is something the people want. But the hospital professionals, healthcare professionals, are needed to translate that into action within health sector?
Well, I think there is interest if you're looking at the specific groups, for example, young women and what do you call it? What do you call it?
When you're pregnant?
No, when you don't want to get pregnant.
Okay, or you can't get pregnant.
You don't want to be pregnant, so you eat things or put plasters
preventive.
on. Preventive. If you
Family
don't want to
planning.
get pregnant and you use things to not get pregnant, there are a lot of young women that are very interested in the sustainability cause of that, for example, because there's a huge difference on what birth control you use. There, I got it. I will remember the fourth one. And also, when I worked at roughly the same position as you at the Malmö University Hospital, I had the patients calling me, actually, with sustainability demands. One, he claimed he's been cut open from head to toe, his words, during 20 years' time at the hospital. And he had counted the exact number of medicine cups he has gotten over 20 years. He's tried to bring his own medicine cup, and he tried to reuse it. He's been struggling 20 years as a patient at the hospital and he had also gotten a nurse to get the exact cost per cup. So he had this spreadsheet about the cost. We had new buildings at the hospital right next to the park, and the architect had designed that it should be lit during the whole night because of architecture, and people calling in, complaining, walking their dogs in the park. I'm paying tax money and the whole hospital building is lit up. There's no people in it. So even both patients and, taxpayers notice the things. So I, at least from my experience, there is interest in it.
Is it maybe, does it have to do with the generations and the awareness is getting bigger and bigger?
Those mad with dogs, they were old.
Okay.
Those, and those young women that have, different discussion regarding birth control in different ways. So I think it's different topics maybe, but I think all generations have their.
But maybe the patients are in a special situation. I mean, I would say going to hospital is not luxury consumption. You have to go there. Your primary reason is I'm sick, someone need to fix me. While if I want to buy a pair of new sneakers, I can, check, maybe I want that one or that one, depending on sustainability. But of course, taxpayers is interesting. I think also people working in a hospital. When we hire people to my company, we have people sometimes working in finance. They have very little to do with the product. They just look at money and numbers. And so why do you start here? Well, I think you have such a good environmental profile. So it's a way also to get people work as nurses or doctors, whatever, in a hospital, because they can feel that this is a hospital that takes care of the environment. So it has a lot of good aspects, but maybe, from my point of view, maybe not the patient that has broken his leg. And no, I don't want to go here because they don't have green electricity. Take me there. So
you're quite right, and our workers, our people see what happens inside the hospital walls. The patients don't see the waste we bring up. So I don't. I would have lots of examples if I would go public with what I know, so there would be a discussion in the media.
Shoot, we want to hear those.
Okay. So, do you actually believe in a carbon neutral healthcare sector one day?
No.
And why is it? Why is that impossible?
No, I don't think that. If you're looking at healthcare, it should do everything, but the healthcare has something that other industries don't have, and that's patients. And that means that the healthcare get a free pass to do things others won't do. I usually have the example, you said the cytotoxins or cell toxins they use for cancer treatment. They're very, very expensive. They're very, very bad for the environment. They're mutagenic, they're cancerogenic. They're very bad for the working environment, and still we use them because the patient needs it. If that cell toxins were used in any other business in the Nordics, it would have been forbidden since 1973. But here you have the patient, and you can't make the patient come first, so to say. So any given solution must be as good or better for the patient. And that's the big difference. So in some cases, I think other industries must take a bigger step than the healthcare. We must let healthcare actually have an environmental impact because of its nature. Yeah.
And it's a matter of definition as well. What is carbon neutral? I think we need to
Yeah,
become
that's
carbon
so
neutral
true.
on this planet, but maybe healthcare sector is not the one that managed to get us below zero. Maybe there are other industries that are purely negative. I mean, companies that collect CO2, for instance, or planting trees or whatever. But we need to do everything we can, but we need to work together.
Yes.
Yeah. And do you agree? Yeah.
I agree. The ethical thought that first do not harm implies us to work hard to decrease our emissions, but we can't reach the zero.
So I was really impressed with Grönköpinski. I'm still not comfortable with pronouncing it, but
It was good. It
yeah.
was good. You pass.
Thank you. But how do you see, is there regional differences? For example, Finland is a really long country with huge distances, and is something which is possible here in south of Finland? Is it possible also in Lapland or in the?
Yeah, of course, there are differences if you're looking at solar cells and those kinds of things, and other cool solutions you can have, like snow cooling. So they have on the other side here in Sundsvall, in Sweden, they use snow from the winter, put it in a big hole behind the hospital, cover it with sawdust like it was 1888 again, and then use that snow to cool the hospital in the summer. And they reduce the energy consumption for cooling with 97% by doing so for the hospital. So that is, of course, more possible in Lapland than in Skåne, where I'm from. I just said I flew here today. My peach tree is blooming back home when I left today.
Wow.
I just want to say it.
We can do the same with geothermal cooling in Turku.
But you mean snow cooling or peaches?
I mean drilling holes.
Yeah. But but back to the question. Of course, there are geographical differences, and that's also why we are doing these Mediterranean versions, because there is differences, of course, in Spain and Finland. There are some things you can do in both countries, and some are more region or climate, weather specific, so to say.
And what would be the main thing we should learn from maybe the Nordics, but also from other countries? Is there one specific thing we should adapt to when it comes to circular solutions?
It's more what we lack and others have is, if you go to many countries in the world, we have this more inventive. The staff is inventive more there are people working with sustainability and trying to find this way, but then they lack this systemic approach that we have. But we lack a little bit more about this creative, I would say, in the Nordics. That is, but you can't have. You need to have both. You need to have this systemic approach that we have, where you have management systems and you have goals and you have, someone taking decisions and infrastructure. But we lack a little bit of this small-scale creativity, I would say, that can make a big difference in.
Yeah, I think also they are ahead in Sweden, but this, say, innovative procurement. I mean, in a normal situation, if you should buy something to a hospital, it doesn't matter if it's floors or whatever, you have the purchaser representing the hospital and you have the seller. And they start arguing price and maybe color and some technical stuff, and that's it. And you never raise the discussion to another level. So I think we could do a lot interesting things on sustainability if instead, you and I meet, sustainability manager, I don't know anything about the price or product and so on. I know about solutions and visions, and you have a vision, and we can find something there and then see if we can fix something. We don't have that product today, but we can fix that maybe in 6 months or a year or something. That kind of collaboration on a very kind of non-selling point of view, think can create a lot of good solutions.
Yes, I believe also that countries in South Europe are seeking more funding for innovation more than countries like Finland. So the European Innovation Funds could be more benefited from also for sustainable innovations. And we should gather. We should have this discussion.
I just one other thing that we need is that we have geothermal drilling holes where you're so good, we are so good. You know, that confidence that we if you're looking at UK and US, they're doing these little things, but they are wow. And I think we should be proud and brag a little bit more of the things you're doing, and that's really cool. How big is your geothermal? You should really brag about it. It's a fantastic technology that you have at your hospital.
Attitude. That's true.
Yeah, I agree. And even if it's not, we don't have it on every hospital in Finland, or we just only have it on the B section of the hospital so far. We should be proud of that too. Sometimes we get the impression that, well, you need to fix everything at once. I mean, these recycling activities, okay, we say, we collect 800 tons of installation waste. That sounds a lot, but compared to how much that it does of the total potential, it's just a small fraction. Still, we need to be proud of that, and we need to start small steps and work together. So don't say, no, it doesn't work just because it works in a small scale. Start in a small scale and expand it. I think we should be proud for every little step we take. So that's the only way to move forward.
Remember, and this is a true story, American hospitals go on speech tour because they recycle cardboard. It's true. And they recycle, they have a whole 60-minute presentation about how they recycle cardboard and what target groups they have and how the hospital director was involved, and they're going around telling how much cardboard they recycle. And that we just do that. And done so for 30 years and not even...
We are just so honest and modest, and we should maybe learn something from them. Yeah. Be proud and have attitude and demand for more. So, we are coming to an end now. I'll just check, are there any questions from the audience? Would you like to say in the end something you want to share with the audience maybe now?
Learn from each other, get inspiration, meet people from other industries or activities and sectors, and learn and share share inspiration and get inspiration.
Information change.
Yes, I would say the same, that I know that there are a lot of healthcare leaders among the audience that start asking questions: where we stand, where should we stand, what do we want concerning sustainability in our organization.
Yeah, and I, as my president, I truly believe in that Nordic take, that we as a Nordic region are very good at this together, but we need to join forces to be a bigger mass. And also I promised my co-workers that I will get 3 more members from Finland on this trip, so you can just sign up outside here afterwards.
So, thank you all. I admire your work really much, and thank you for joining us today. And probably we should end this discussion now. And is Nina joining us? Have they ended their session there? No, not yet. But thank you. And I'll change to Finnish now.
Thank you.
Eli jatkuu nyt vielä lyhyellä sanoilla suomeksi, ja sen jälkeen meillä alkaa vielä parilla koktaililla tuolla yhteinen Get Together-tilaisuus, ja muistutan huomisesta vielä, eli huomenna aivan varmasti yhtä mahtavia puheenvuoroja luvassa kuin tänään, ja varmaan tänään kuultiin nyt ihan huipennus lopuksi, mutta on ollut hyvin ajankohtaisia, ajatuksia herättäviä puheita läpi päivän, ja ainakin itse koen, että tällaisia live-tapahtumia on kyllä niin kaivattu. Eli tuosta päivän fiiliksistä voi vaan sanoa, että on ollut huikeaa nähdä näinkin iso osallistujajoukko täällä livenä ja chatissa on varmasti, tai etänäkin on ollut varmasti hyvin moni osallistuja. Valitettavasti sitä tekniikkaa ei ihan kaikilta osin saatu toimimaan, mutta varmaan siihenkin tulee huomenna sitten muutoksia. Eli laitetaan niitä kysymyksiä sinne chatinkin puolelle vaan aktiivisesti, myös live-osallistujat. Kiitoksia tästä ensimmäisestä päivästä.